which is what we intend to deliver this Friday and every other day going forward. Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Happy Friday, and above all else, happy Juneteenth. We're going to get into the holiday, and this is just obviously not. Let me make it clear: this is certainly not going to be a show solely about the Juneteenth holiday. That's we'll talk about it, but it's going to be more in regards to what's actually going on in the world. But as you can see on the monitor, we will ask, and this is a question particularly to my beloved MAGA, as we always say. What does Juneteenth mean to you? We're going to ask that several times throughout the show because people are going to be filtering in that are not here yet. And I do want to get your opinions on this as well. Question being, what does Juneteenth mean to you? And that you don't have to be on the left or the right. You don't have to be Democrat or Republican. Let me make sure I got my Bluetooth running here. I bet you had my what do you want to call it? The Wi-Fi. I don't want anybody bad programming or be glitching. But we're going to be asking, what does Juneteenth mean to you? And that is, as I said, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on in your politics. Thank you for the hat and mustache there, Rod S. Yeehaw! And because some would say that we should be happy with Independence Day. July 4th, established in 1776. Why do we need an additional Independence Day? Very similar. I don't know how many of you folks are familiar with the song Lift Every Voice and Sing. It has also been adopted somewhat as the Black national anthem. You'll see it sang at a lot of sport events that feature Black athletes. Certainly in the NBA the games, there's someone who sings "Lift Every Voice and Sing" before the games, and I don't in the NFL. Not every game, but I do believe it's saying there as well. And once again, just like with Juneteenth, some folks are indeed suggesting, why the hell do we have to have an anthem that is separate from the established anthem of the country? But there are some blacks who believe or will tell you that "Lift Every Voice and Sing" is the Black national anthem. But today we're talking about Juneteenth and what does it mean to you. Real quick in the comments before we get the show going, slang and banging. If you have Clapper, Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, that's how you call in. All of those are free methods to do so, and they're all under the same name, the Handsome Liberal. Every platform. We're working on Rumble. We are on Rumble, but I'm trying to figure out how to get the live working on it. We've tried. We're also on X and Truth Social as well, but we have not been able to figure those out. But I believe on X, President Abediata, Elon Musk site, and President Trump's site, Truth Social, there is no way to live stream. Occasionally, not very often, but occasionally we do post some shorts on those two sites. But Rumble is a site that you can live stream on, and it has a lot of MAGA. We enjoy talking to MAGA as well as liberals, so we do go on those sites, and hopefully we can get some dialogue going between the MAGA that are on Rumble. There's a lot of MAGA on Rumble. In fact, if you've seen the president's UFC 2000, what is it? 250th anniversary matches he thrown. Rumble was advertising on the Octagon. So Rumble is one we're going to try to start doing lives on next. But in regards to the actual topic, what does Juneteenth mean to you? Now, we have the MAGA hat up to let MAGA know this question is directed at you as well, but it does not only pertain to MAGA. I want to see from you folks in the comments, what does Juneteenth mean to you? We're going to get into that. Now, this is a Friday night politics, so it's going to be a traditional mashup. We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of shit that has nothing to do with Juneteenth, but rather involve the ongoings of today's politics. I got a few quotes from President Trump, and even going back to some news pertaining to the late Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about all of that. So looking in the comments real briefly, Juneteenth is the freeing of slaves and recent development made to honor their release nationally, says Burning 47. Now that name has attracted more attention than the actual comment you posted. Burning 47. I'm assuming that makes no reference to the current commander-in-chief Burning 47, but he does say Juneteenth is the freeing of slaves and a recent development to honor their release. So in other words, the recent development being, I believe in 2021 is when Joe Biden made it a holiday. But keep in mind, folks, there are people who are suggesting that Juneteenth should not be a holiday. They're suggesting that July 4th is meant for that purpose. That is independence. You don't need to have a Juneteenth. So we'll leave it at that. Looking in the comments, continuing on, and tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000. As we say on TikTok, we'll take the first caller at 10,000. Don't know why the numbers are so low on TikTok. Well, we just started. Maybe that's what it is. Where is your America? Where is your Make America Worst Again? What do you mean by that? Make America Worst Again. So we're going to be talking about Juneteenth throughout the show, but let me get into the actual meat and potatoes of the remainder of the show. Now, President Obama, as you probably are aware, just opened up his presidential, I don't know, do they call it a presidential library for Obama? Presidential Center. It's in Chicago. I don't quite remember what the name of it is called. But I want to ask you folks something in regards to President Obama. But before I get into President Obama, and I'm going to show you how this compares, we're going to be talking about, I guess, the styles of these candidates. This is a statement from President Trump recently.
Deal. I mean, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed him $1.7 billion in cash, gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, gave him billions and billions of dollars, but he gave him $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks, into a Boeing 757 and flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that. No, but
before I continue this, in the comments, Furback says this hasn't aged well. He just said this the other day. This isn't an old clip. This is him saying this very, very recently. But I want you to hear the last 20 seconds or so of it.
Nobody mentions that. 1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch. Okay, thank you.
Wow. So you hear President Trump on the world stage. This is the G7 in France. He's in France saying this. So he pretty much is indicating that Iran referred to President Trump as a stupid son of a bitch. And I mean, I don't know. We can talk about, that this is the nature of President Trump. But, some are going to argue you're criticizing your predecessor on the world stage. So the world heard that. Literally, the world heard that. But I want you to hear another statement from President Trump, and I'll make the connection on these in a minute. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. This is President Trump while campaigning.
But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? But it kicks illegal aliens off of Medicaid and food stamps.
And what he's talking about is Democrats. That's what he was saying, that he's done a lot for Democrats and they still hate him because they hate Trump. And you hear him follow up by saying, I hate them too. Now, I'm going to contrast that to President Obama. This is an older clip from President Obama. In fact, this is Obama while he was commander-in-chief of this great nation.
Our parents and grandparents asked themselves those questions. And because they had the courage to answer them, we've had the good fortune to grow up in the greatest nation on earth. Now it's our turn to think about the future. In a few days,
Now, real quick, I've only got a few seconds more of this to play, but He's given this statement after getting trounced in the midterms. The Democrats have lost, I believe, either the House or Senate. They didn't lose both in this case, but this is after a loss in the midterms.
Now it's our turn to think about the future. In a few days, a new Congress will form with one House controlled by Democrats and one House controlled by Republicans, who now have a shared responsibility to move this country forward. And here's what I want you to know. I'm willing to work with anyone of either party who's got a good idea and the commitment to see it through. And we should all expect you to hold us accountable for our progress or our failure to deliver. As I've said since I first ran for this office, solving our challenges won't be quick or easy. We've come through a difficult decade, one of new threats and new trials we didn't expect when it began. But a new year and a new decade stretches out before us. And if we just remember what America is capable of and live up to that legacy, then I'm confident that we are poised for a period of progress, one in which our economy is growing, our standing in the world is rising, and we do what it takes to make sure America remains in the 21st century what it was in the 20th.
Now, the point I'm making is you heard Trump, you heard Obama. Whose presidential style do you favor more? I mean, Trump is more confrontational. Some folks like the fact that they believe he speaks from the hip. He says what's on his mind without any filters. Others favor President Obama's more polished, modest style. So I do want to talk to you folks. We're going to talk about presidential styles, who you may favor and or why. Make no mistake about it, there are people who favor both of these men's styles. That's why both of them have won 2 terms. So folks favor both styles. I want to talk to you folks and see how you feel about that. By the way, TikTok is telling me to advise you guys to share the live. That's not something I normally do, but to get them to stop sweating me, share the live. By the way, tap the screen, continue getting the likes up. Share the live if you will. We'll start taking calls momentarily. Whose presidential style do you favor? The more modest, polished style of Trump, or Obama, or more of the brute, I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to get a job done style of President Trump? Not to mention there's some name calling and all kinds of other stuff in there that President Trump likes to do. We can talk about all of that as we go on. And I see in the comments, 19 Rottweiler says, nah, Tim, one style, one on racism. We'll have to end up discussing that, and you have to tell me why you're suggesting that one of these styles. Are you suggesting that Obama won on racism? Is that what you're saying? Another controversial statement from Trump. This one is only from a few days ago, but it does leave a question to be asked whether or not we could have a missing nation from the globe if it was not for President Trump.
We've had a very effective relationship. Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
So what do you think? You think without Trump, as he says, that Israel, let's say Kamala Harris, I always like to hold up her photo. Let's say this woman was elected as our 47th commander-in-chief, Kamala Harris. Do you believe the country of Israel would no longer be in existence as we speak? Because that is what President Trump just stated, that the only reason Israel continues to exist is because he's there. Last but not least, remember this.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before we head out live to Florida, I did want to share this post here with you on Iran. And this is just coming in from President Trump on Truth Social. He says this: there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, in the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So once again, this just coming in here from Truth Social, as we did hear President Trump saying he wants to have a say in who the next leader will be, and that Khamenei's son is an unacceptable pick. So we did just want to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. As we transition away from Iran, we are going.
Khomeini's son, the son of the Ayatollah that Trump or Netanyahu, whoever you want to look at, blew up and killed. You hear Trump here. Now, this was a couple months ago. You hear Trump stating that guy who's currently in charge in Iran is not an acceptable leader. And Iran is going to have a great future, make Iran great again, or MEGA, and that there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Obviously, this is not happening right now. So we're going to pose the simple question. Why are so many folks with a statement like this out there from our president suggesting that what we did in Iran was a success? This is Trump in the beginning of the war making it clear what the goals were. We were going to replace the Ayatollah, and his son was not acceptable. And that Iran was going to somehow, some way have a great future. Remember the protesters being killed or whatever. That didn't happen, as you may know. So why are folks, unconditional surrender? That didn't happen either. So why are folks with this statement out there just a couple of months ago suggesting that the outcome to this war has been a success? So we'll talk about all of that. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liver. We'll go ahead and get into the meat and potatoes of the show. We'll start out with asking what does Juneteenth mean to you? Looking straight into the comments, if I can find my missing spectacles. Looking in the comments and tap the screen. That shit wasn't a damn success. He fucked the entire economy up, says Rod S. Well, you got J.D. Vance and some of the folks on the right saying it's a success. Homo Sapien says, don't bring up MAGA reacts. Why not? We want to talk to MAGA. We love MAGA just as much as everybody else. Well, how about this? New Jersey's best. Tamar. Good evening, Tamar. Welcome to the program. Let me make sure you got the volume where we want it to be. Tamar, good evening.
What's up, Terry?
Not much at all. What does Juneteenth mean to you, sir?
I mean, it just means what it is the day that a lot of people found out that they was actually free. I mean, my mom used to make like salmon cakes, grits, and eggs on that Sunday that the Juneteenth fell on.
I got some folks.
New Year's.
I got some folks pushing back saying it's an unnecessary holiday. You know, it's divisive. We already had July 4th indicating independence. Do you believe it should have went as far as becoming a national holiday?
I mean, why not? I mean, they lied to.
Say that again?
They thought they were still enslaved for 2 years.
Yeah.
I said, why not? They thought they was enslaved for 2 years prior to they were actually free.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why not turn it into a holiday? They got Columbus Day as a holiday.
Yeah. Well,
Really unnecessary.
Trump stated that there are already too many holidays in a past tweet or past X post. He said there's too many holidays and it's getting to the point where it's going to soon be one holiday for every day you work, and even the American people don't want it anymore. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he posted last Juneteenth on the holiday.
This one, he didn't make a comment yet, right?
Nope.
Or did he?
Not that I've heard of.
Yeah, I was Googling too. I didn't see him making anything. I could care less about that orange fuck, what he thinks, honestly. I'm so tired.
That is your president, sir.
I don't, okay. And look what our president does on the world stage. He calls a former president, a leader on the world stage, a dumb son of a bitch. When you know they're calling him way more than, if Obama's a dumb son of a bitch, what the fuck is you?
Well, he's a leader that worked out. He's the leader that worked out a deal with Iran. He's preventing them from getting a nuclear bomb. And some would say he's getting something done as opposed to the failed the Obama deal that many would say.
It's not real. It's bombing Lebanon right today. They just killed like 20 people today.
Well, Israel
they said they're not leaving Lebanon.
Well, did you not hear Trump? He just indicated Israel won't be around if he doesn't keep helping them.
Yeah, he indicated, but he's not gonna let that happen. Nobody's gonna let that happen.
But before we get too deep into Iran and Israel, I want to push a couple responses on your statement about Juneteenth. Handsome Conservative says Juneteenth is an attack on the 4th of July and further separation between Americans, followed by a Polish guy, both on Clapper, saying that it feels like division to me. So some folks are saying it's a divisive holiday. What say you?
Tell them to lick balls. I bet enough is enough.
Well,
it's like how is it affecting the 4th of July? It's not affecting the 4th of July. It's a day that's a national holiday for the reason that it is. If you don't like it, then go fucking work on the day. I'm not working on today. I'm a federal employee. I don't work.
Lucky you, because I had to work. I mean, listen. You see, how does it affect the 4th of July? When they say it's divisive, the point could be, well, think of it this way. It could get to the point where the African American community may start denouncing July 4th and saying that our Independence Day is Juneteenth.
So there's only so many of us in this country anyway. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I don't really celebrate the 4th of July. I just throw some meat on the grill and hang out. Throw a couple beers back, go smoke a couple of blunts. The same thing I did today.
Do you feel like it's independence? Do you feel like
I didn't throw anything on the grill?
Do you feel like July 4th is our Independence Day?
I mean, officially, yeah, but to me, it's just another day. It's just a day off. Honestly,
you don't
like
put any
and everything else.
So you don't put any hierarchy of Juneteenth over July 4th.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, before my mom passed, she used to make like salmon cakes and stuff like that, like salmon cakes, grits, and eggs for breakfast. But she didn't do it on Juneteenth unless it fell on that Sunday. But that Sunday, if it fell on Thursday, that Sunday, she would do that for breakfast. And on New Year's is the time she made that meal.
You know, I'll tell you, a lot of folks, depending on where you are in the country, and I'm talking about even African Americans, there were a lot of African Americans that had never heard of Juneteenth until recently, until it became a holiday. There are a lot of people who didn't know what it was.
And that's crazy because I knew about it when I was little. I was telling Maggie Reacts that one time. And he's like, oh, something about Kwanzaa. It's like, that boy is touched. For real.
Well, no, I don't.
He's like, oh, just like Kwanzaa, right? Like, why do you keep on comparing Juneteenth to Kwanzaa? Because it's like the relevancy, like, nobody really talks about Kwanzaa. Like, what do you got against black holidays? Like, so what? Just like Muslims have Ramadan and stuff like that. Like, what is it? How is it affecting you? Like, why are you upset about it?
I don't know. What did he sound? Did he officially sound upset though?
Not upset, but like he's obsessed with it. Like if he just because people around him don't celebrate it or don't bring it up, therefore it's irrelevant to him, and that's the problem. Just because, so what? If people want to celebrate the day, then leave them alone and let them fucking celebrate it. That's the point of America, right? Yeah. Freedom to observe and do what and celebrate shit. So and have religious freedoms and all that other stuff. So
yeah, but but
there are upset about it.
There are some things that everybody's affected by there tomorrow, like the banking, the postal office, government offices. If you don't favor Juneteenth, now you can't go to the bank and do your business. I mean, if you're somebody who don't favor Juneteenth, it's stopping you from conducting business.
It's one fucking day out of the year. If you can't conduct your business for one fucking day, oh well, then that's your problem. Like if you know it's coming up, if you need to go to the bank and shit, then you go the fucking day before or the day after. Big deal. It's not that big. It's not that serious.
How about this?
Just like 4th of July, Labor Day, or any other holiday.
How about this? I'm gonna give you this comment. It might be somewhat controversial, but you know we're all about free speech here. We don't block, ban, or censor. In the comments, Keith says it's so blacks will have something to celebrate in June in place of Father's Day. What say you?
Tell him to suck a dick. Racist fuck. Enough is enough.
Oh my God.
I had
Well,
my fucking father in my life, so
so did
fuck
I.
you,
So did I. So did I.
racist bitch. What's
No.
wrong with these fucking people?
Juneteenth brings out some. Juneteenth can bring out the
I bet
passion
you
in
wouldn't
some
say that
folks.
to nobody's face. Fucking pussy. I'm tired of people, bro.
No,
I'm sick and tired of people.
like I said, Juneteenth can bring out the passion in some folks. I don't know why as much either, which is why I wanted to have this discussion just to see where folks go with this. Throw the link in the chat how I call in. Slanging and banging, we'll come around to you. We see you. So, and I see the comment. State of Alabama, what does that say? State of Alabama give workers a holiday. June 19th should celebrate July 4th. I don't get what you mean by that, Camel. So
I got a restriction.
yeah, I know. You told him to do a little fellatio on you. That can happen.
Well, I should have told him to do it on the tip of an HIV infected one and
my
expire
God.
slowly. And expire slowly. That's what I should have said.
But you know they have a cure for that now, though, so he might not expire from that. So why do you think there's, in regards to Juneteenth, before we move on, why do you think there's so much resistance? As you stated, it doesn't interfere with July 4th. If you don't want to have the holiday, you don't want to acknowledge it, don't. Why do you believe there is so much resistance to this holiday?
You know why? We
I
all
have
know
to
why, but
ask.
Of course, if we say what is it black fatigue or whatever, but it's racism. It's pure. It's just the fact of not wanting to respect or understand other people's cultures and stuff. That's all it is. But oh well, they don't like it, so well.
Well, slanging and banging on Clapper says, bro, we are Americans. In other words, we are all Americans. Quit trying to divide us. They see division in this holiday.
Okay, so but there's no division in Columbus Day, right? There's no division in Columbus Day.
Who
It's
would be
not a holiday.
who would be divided by
Who
Columbus?
massacres people? I'm sorry.
Who would be
go ahead, say that
divided?
again.
Who would be divided by Columbus Day? The natives?
Yeah, the natives and all that.
They don't
and
care about the
people of color.
natives.
And people that's not Italian, of Italian descent, right?
Yeah.
But they celebrate it.
Well,
Nobody says anything about that.
I don't think they care. I think that might be the reason why. Because it is incredibly divisive to the natives, but I don't think they care.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, he's of Italian descent. So just like I don't know if you remember the Sopranos episode where they were celebrating Columbus Day, and it was and I think the daughter wanted to protest it or something like that, and it was I don't remember exactly, but I know for a fact Italians like to celebrate Columbus Day. So if that's not division, then why is Juneteenth being put in a category of division? You get what I'm saying?
I mean, after Charlie Kirk, they're also putting MLK in that same category. No, I get what you're saying. I don't understand it, but it is happening. So,
oh well, people don't like it. Oh well, go somewhere, do something that makes you don't feel like you're not being left out on that day.
fair enough.
What else can I say?
This is what we deal with, and I'll end up talking about this topic with others. So, getting back into the meat and potatoes now, I did play a clip of Obama addressing the nation after doing poorly with the division between Congress and the Senate, and then of course a couple of clips from President Trump. Whose style I'm going to assume Obama in your case, but whose style do you prefer, and why is that?
Obama. He conducted himself as a leader, should be. Whether you like his politics or not, he conducted himself. He had no scandals in his administration. He just conducted himself how a leader should be.
He had some scandals. Fast and Furious, Solyndra. He didn't wear the great color suit. He wasn't saluting. He didn't always wear a flag lapel.
And when he wore the tin suit, who was he honoring when he wore that tin suit?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Reagan. It was supposed to be Reagan.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think
Reagan, from what I understand?
I don't think he was. I think they were bringing up that Reagan once wore a tan suit. I don't think Obama would go out there and honor Reagan. Was he?
I thought that's what I heard.
Really?
I heard it was something to do with Reagan. I don't know if it was his birthday, the day he wore it, or day he got inaugurated. Whatever the case is, he wore a tan suit. Something, and I know it had something to do, or something that was attached with Reagan.
I'd have to look that up.
And they're still upset about a tan suit, but you all that stuff that you just said versus what's happening in this second administration right now. With
Well,
they're basically looting the treasury, basically. Let's be real, the Pentagon is broke, if I'm not mistaken, right?
the country's always been broke. If you ask the powers that be, we've always had a huge deficit. So you believe that Obama was a better president than Trump currently is?
Yes. And and Obama has some faults. I'm not gonna say he was the perfect president, but I mean, at least Biden wasn't. I wasn't even that big of a fan of Biden. Mm-hmm. Shit, Bush conducted himself better than this guy.
Well,
both father and son.
Yeah, but the issue is a lot of folks favor Trump because they feel like the rest of these guys are putting on the front, and Trump is being real. They want, you want keeping it real. They believe that Trump is saying what the rest of these folks feel, but they're afraid to say. They like Trump because he calls balls and strikes.
Well, that's the point of being the president. Is you're supposed to be politically correct, right? You're supposed to conduct yourself, and when you're holding the highest office, the job of the highest office in the world, fuck the country, fuck our nation. This is the high in the world. You're supposed to conduct yourself a certain way. That's just what it is. This just like not saying that a king, but a king is supposed has to act different from everybody else. Like if you ever watch like Game of Thrones and stuff like that, and different shows like that, when somebody's being groomed to become the new king or the leader, they're told that you have to act a certain way in public.
Well, it ain't like Trump was acting. Yeah, but Trump was acting the way Trump acts, and he won office. He continued doing it and he got reelected. So clearly America does not want the polished politician. They want somebody that they feel they can relate to. In the comments, Rodeo Pope says it's not what Trump says, it's what he does.
What is he doing? What is he doing? How is what he's doing benefiting you? Please tell me. How is anything this man is doing is benefiting you? They're literally looting the treasury. They gave us the no tax on tips and no tax on stuff for the last for 2 years. But all the taxes that they save are for the rich people.
No,
that's for the 1%.
Well,
1%, that shit stays beyond everything. And all the shit that from this big beautiful bill, it comes out. It starts taking effect in 2027 and 28 when he's leaving for somebody else to deal with to fix the mess. And they're too stupid to realize this shit.
Well,
it's just retarded.
But what about the notion that under President Trump, the border's more secure, leading more Americans to feel more safer? A lot of Americans said they didn't feel safe under the Democrats because the border was open. I mean, is that not?
Feel a little safer because the border's safer. That's all right. That's fine. You want to give him credit for that? You can give him credit for that. I won't, but. If you want to give him credit for that, ooh. But everything else has been a colossal fuck up. Especially this second. I'm not gonna really say his first term was as bad up until the pandemic, because after the pandemic, that's what actually the reason why he lost, in my opinion. And then like how he acted a fool when he was doing the daily briefings and everything. That's what turned a lot of people off on him, was because of that. But this second term, it's been nothing but the revenge tour, and it's been nothing but a fucking nightmare. And if you can really say that you're in a better position than when you were under the 4 years of Biden, then I like to see it. Like, what was it? Talk Commerce was saying, "Oh, I'm winning, I'm doing fine. This investment is working for me," with all the gas and everything. And
well, it depends on what you. It depends on what you want out of a president. Safety. You wanna have some sort of prosperity on the world stage. A lot of people believe Trump was doing that, and they believe the Democrats made us a laughing stock. But tomorrow, I do got to move it on. They just feel that Trump is he just presents the alpha male image they believe America needs.
Yeah, exactly. Shitting on himself with his diaper and falling asleep all over the place. That shows strength, right? Made my Knicks lose their one game that they lost in the finals.
You can't blame him for the Knicks tomorrow. I gotta move it on, but you can't blame the guy for the loss of a sports team.
Sleeping at the USC fights, Every week he falls asleep on national television. That's strength, right, Tim?
That's what they say. That's what they say. Tamar, appreciate you coming through.
No more old people for presidents.
Good luck with that. Good luck with it, because old people vote, and old people gonna pick folks that they can relate to. The younger crowd don't vote as reliably, so you're gonna keep getting old people.
They need to put a 75 or 78, and that's it. You can't after that. If you elected at that age, that's it. And it's your first term. Oh well, when you're done with those 4 years, you're done.
Perhaps
That's it.
in the
You need
future.
to put a limit on that in Congress and Senate.
Good luck with that. Tamar, thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. Slanging and banging on Clapper. Good evening.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. I see you got the Buckeye logo there. What brought you up?
No IO? All right. It's all right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. So what brought you up? We were talking about Juneteenth. I saw you in the comments. Do you got a difference of opinion? State your case.
Honestly, I have nothing wrong with Juneteenth. My dad is Irish, German, English. My mom is Mexican, Native American. So I'm a mix.
Mm-hmm.
I literally have nothing wrong, right? Like, what's wrong with celebrating the end of slavery, I guess, in short? What's wrong with celebrating that? I have nothing wrong with
So why now your comment states 4th of July is our Independence Day, period. Your comment seems to be a little bit more, rough around the edges of what you're saying now. You continue by saying, bro, we are Americans. Quit trying to divide us. You care to explain that?
Yeah, I don't want to divide. When I guess when they're trying to say that, man, there was something. I don't know. I have nothing wrong with it. I had my thoughts formulated. I can't think right this second.
Yeah, because I'm very, very curious. What I want to focus on is what are you hearing that is divisive? We're talking about do you believe that holiday is divisive at all?
Okay, like, for instance, I got paid today, right? I couldn't go to the bank and put my check in. I have no problem with that, right? Because I can just do it Monday, right?
Okay.
It's 1 day out of the year. I'm cool with that. I'm actually cool with all that. What I'm not cool with is, I guess, just...
We're searching for the division. You mentioned division. I'm trying to hear where's the division coming from.
Yeah, because there's certain people who take it like, oh, it's a race thing. They're trying to make it a race thing, like, oh, we need to celebrate that. And I go to places and they're like, what? I'm white and I can't celebrate my race, So like they think that, I guess that's where I'm getting at. They think like, what? Blacks get a day and whites can't.
Every holiday outside of MLK Day in this Juneteenth is used. All the rest of that shit is honoring white people, is it not? Before Obama became president, who the hell did President's Day represent? All of them were white dudes. President's Day, Columbus Day. I mean, even Jesus was white. So Christmas, if I'm correct, that's what my church said. Jesus was a blue-eyed white guy. What are you talking about? All of the holidays are for white dudes.
No, well, but when you celebrate these holidays, do they say, "Oh, it's my race"? They don't. And there's blacks who've gone to war. There's whites who've gone to war. There's Mexicans, Asians. We're a melting pot, right? So like, yours should be American first. It should be about race. So when you start making a holiday about race, that's where you kind of lose me.
Well,
I'm all for it because, and you got to agree, there's been white slaves, there's been different
No,
slaves.
wait. Where are these?
Like the end of slavery, which I get.
There,
which is
no, wait.
in our country.
There,
I acknowledge it and I get it.
there is no white slaves. Explain that. There is. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I want you to explain your point. Hold on. Hang on. I'll give you plenty of time. We're not going anywhere. But when you say white slaves, I'm talking about where you got a child that just came out of the womb, and the slave owner knows that I own this baby from the time it is out of the womb until it passes away, unless I sell it. You're telling me they were doing that to white people?
No. Well, let me ask you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
June?
Not like them going to Texas and Galveston,
Yeah.
because a lot of people like to argue it should just actually be January 1st, because that's not technically the day, right? That was just the day that they went into Galveston, Texas. That's, to my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Juneteenth, let's just, to simplify it, Juneteenth is to honor the day slaves were free, even though some were told 2 years later. Kind of like Easter. If we're going to say, Jesus rose on the third day, we could pick a calendar day to say it happened. No, we just give it the whatever Sunday it is in April. I mean, it moves all around. It's not on a special day, but you know what the moment signifies. Juneteenth signifies.
What does it signify to you?
What, Easter?
No, Juneteenth. What does Juneteenth signify to you?
The end of
a racial thing?
No, well, slavery was racial. There's no other way around it. We didn't treat anybody else the way we treated black and brown people during the era of slavery. You can talk about this, what do they call it, indentured servants of the Irish, but that was completely different. There was a light at the end of the tunnel for them. They actually could work off a debt and become free. Slaves were slaves out of the womb, and you could force them to have sex and mate with them and all kinds of other shit that the white race never had anything to do with. So there's no way really to talk about the U.S. slavery era without it being racial, because it was only happening to one group of people.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but my contention is, if you want to make this, again, I've been drinking a little bit, but I'm trying to understand what does Juneteenth mean to you? Because
I just told you it means,
to me, is like the end of slavery, the end of enslaving people, right?
Okay.
Am I right or wrong?
the end of slavery in America.
Well, enslaving people.
In America.
Yes.
Yes.
True. Because
Okay.
They don't celebrate this in the UK and shit, so I get that.
Okay. So what?
So I agree that we should recognize it, but my contention would be, from what I've read, and I could be wrong, and you can correct me, but what I've read is this was just something that happened in Texas, like Galveston, Texas. It was like January 1st should actually be the day. It shouldn't be June 19th when they came to Texas and told these people, we just, now you're getting the word on June 19th
So,
after...
Would it make you feel more comfortable? Would it make you feel more comfortable if they celebrated Juneteenth on a different calendar day, like January 1st? Which is New Year's, by the way. So now you're going to suggest it. Now you're going to suggest it's interfering with New Year's.
And it's already a day off, so yeah, right. Is that what you're getting at?
No, I'm saying, would it make you feel better if they celebrated it on New Year's Day?
Here's the thing.
I'm
My
listening.
thing is like, it kind of makes it like a racial day, in my opinion. Is this not a raceless?
Slavery is in America. Yes, it is racial.
The sentiment is was for enslaved people. That's why I tried to tell you, like, it's not a. There were white slaves, there were black slaves, and
There are no white slaves.
in America.
There are no white slaves in America. Name me a famous white slave. Considering how bad we treated black people, you actually know of famous black slaves when we weren't giving black people credit for any damn thing. There were white slaves. Name me a few of them well-known white slaves. Give me some ones that escaped or fought for their freedom.
Okay, so, well, I'm thinking like, I'm not like super biblical, but I would say like Moses, but was he not a
Moses,
slave?
the guy who
For the Egyptians or
what did he do? Part the
and you're talking America.
yeah. Wait, unless you're going to tell me Moses parted the Confederate Army, how does Moses get into the conversation? Moses.
Listen though.
I'm listening.
Here's my point. I don't know. I don't have a lot of research. I don't have a lot of facts. I just wanted to come up and talk. I watch you from day to day.
Appreciate it.
Always.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
Appreciate that.
Yep. I might not agree with everything you say. Saw you on your cruise. I'm about to go on a cruise soon, so love that. But
Awesome.
look, we're in America and we can do that.
All right.
Right?
And we can celebrate
That's awesome.
Juneteenth. We can celebrate Juneteenth and admit it was pertaining to blacks that were being enslaved. Correct?
That's what I'm asking you.
That's what I'm telling you.
What does Juneteenth mean to you?
It,
It means blacks specifically.
that's the only people that were being enslaved, sir.
So it's a black holiday to you. That's what I'm asking.
No, that to me, what you're asking is almost akin to saying, why are we making Mother's Day about gender? Because it only pertains to one gender. What happened in the era of slavery only happened to one group of people. There's no way you can talk about slavery without it being racial. It was only being done to one group of people. So there's the only reason they were treating them that way.
Don't say slavery is only done to one group of people, unless you're talking about America, which you are, I'm sure. But
I mean,
it's around the world, man. Like,
yeah. So
people who are into slavery to this day.
okay.
Like, just because we abolished it in America, don't mean it's not happening around the world. And I get it. You only care about America.
Do you want to celebrate? Do you want to celebrate Roman Independence Day? Do you want to celebrate independent? Hold on, hang on a second. Independence Day happens all over the world too. Do you want all that brought up on July 4th? Do you want to talk about the day Spain gained independence on July 4th? What happened around the rest of the world has nothing to do with our holidays.
That's the strongest argument that I read was because I thought a lot of people, I'm right leaning, obviously, and
Yes.
so I see that they think July 4th should be the only Independence Day, but your argument would be like, well, there was slavery during that time, right? So like, it's not 100% like independence then.
Well, let me ask you. Yeah, let me ask you. You can answer your own question. July 4th, 1776, which designates our Independence Day from the British. In your opinion, based on whatever level of education you have, what do you think changed on that day for black people in this country? July 4th, 1776. What changed for black people in this country?
Again.
You want them to celebrate nothing? You want them to literally go out and celebrate the day nothing
I got
happened?
nothing for that because I don't know. And I'll concede that.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
But let me tell you this. What can you, as a black American, that I can't do or can do as a white American? Like, isn't this country great as we are? Like, what can you do legally, or what can I do legally that you can't do?
It's not a matter of absolutes. To me, it would be like a lion asking you, I can run, so can you. Yeah, but a lion is going to run much faster than you. You still can run, no. That don't mean you can't run. You as a human can jump. Yeah, the lion can jump. You still can jump. He's just jumping a lot higher than you. It's not absolute. So I'm just going to tell you this. if you're African American in this country, there really is nothing you cannot do. The difference is the amount of hurdles you have to or you have to achieve to get there are greater.
What hurdles? What hurdles can I ask?
Well, first of all, you're the minority group of people, so you got to the majority people are going to go with what they relate
Sure.
to. So let's say, for instance, I'm running for office in a community where it's mostly white people. People are going to relate to what looks and feels like them. So I got a huge hurdle to convince these
Why do you
folks.
think that? Why do you think
Human
that?
nature.
It doesn't matter about what you look like. It's about your beliefs. It's about your what you stand for. You know what I mean? Just because you look the same skin color, I might think 100% different. Hitler, or sorry, I don't know if I can say that.
You just did. Go ahead.
Okay, well, he's probably got the same complexion as my skin, but that doesn't mean I believe in what he thinks, right?
Right.
So just because somebody looks like me doesn't mean I think like them. So I'm not about the skin. And again, that's my whole contention. I'm tired of people like, and I'm not trying to get Carmelo Anthony, I'm not trying to go there, but I'm just saying, like, just because people look, I don't care what you look like, I care what you think like, right? And that's what it should be.
If what you're saying is true, we would never have terms like white flight. What do you think that's about? What do you think white flight, which is something that has existed ever since African Americans purchased property? What do you think that came from? If what you look like don't matter, where did the term white flight come from? What are they flying for?
I'm gonna be honest, I never heard that. I'm ignorant, so I just lack the knowledge. But I believe we're in a country where it doesn't matter what your skin color is. If you have great ideas, I want you at the forefront.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm going to have to move on shortly for time, but I don't. You're a decent call. Let me ask you this. You say we're in a country where Martin Luther King once said your character as opposed to the color of your skin. Do you believe the color of skin has ever mattered in America?
It shouldn't.
That ain't what I asked you.
Yes, it does, because racism does. I acknowledge it. Racism does exist. Okay, I can't stop it. Now, when you get this Juneteenth, I feel like it kind of divides. But here's the thing, I don't know how else to do it, because to me, it feels like Juneteenth is just a black holiday. I'm not trying to sound racist, but it kind of fucking puts a divide.
Let me just
okay, go ahead.
Maybe if your ancestors had grabbed a few white slaves, it wouldn't feel like a black holiday. It feels like a black holiday because all the people that are celebrating freedom happen to be black. It ain't like the African American community said.
What's the population of blacks in America?
13 to 15%, yeah.
Okay. And I mean, not trying to go to abortion, but if there was an abortion, they would probably be 28% black, right?
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't know, because if there were an abortion, there would be more white people too to offset the number. And Hispanics.
Yeah, but who's the highest rate? What race is the highest rate for abortion?
Depends on
whites. Is it? Asians? Is it Mexicans? Who's getting all these abortions?
That depends on who you ask. I don't really.
I want life.
Say that again.
So I said I want life. I think I'm going on different tangents, but I think if the black community didn't have abortions, you would have double your population right now, and
we would have more fucking holidays to piss you off. I gotta move it on, slanging and banging. Right. Good talk. Come on back anytime.
I'm gonna call in again more often, all right? And I'm gonna do some research, and we'll talk, all right?
Absolutely. Come on back anytime. Slanging and banging. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up, if you will. Get us on up to 30,000. Trying to see how I make sure I get this right. Slang, go ahead and drop if my thing ain't doing it right. Something's happening over here. But tap the screen. These people always got advice for blacks, is what somebody is saying in the comments. Well, you're gonna hear some blacks that are gonna have some advice for whites too by the time this show is up. By the time this show continues. He was wrong, says Gangsta Grandma. Tap the screen, help your boy out the hat and mustache. Debo, right on time. As always, thank you, Debo, for the support. In the comments, please get knowledge before talking, says Tiffany Barrett. I get told that all the time too. Call back sober next time, says Cowboy. Might help a little. Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. There is Cedric Haney. So we are talking about what you just heard was discussed with my last caller, which is, what does Juneteenth mean to you? And I do want to hear from some MAGA as well as some liberals. I'm going to go straight back to the box, though. In the comments, just because everyone is selling something, do you have to buy it? No, that's a good point. There is a link about Africa apologizing for selling their own people as slaves. Look, let me tell you something. I don't get the whole, well, you can't just blame white folks. You got to blame African Americans, or Africans rather, that sold their people into slavery. To me, it's like comparing, I don't know, the size of the moon to the size of the sun. And here's what I mean. You go to the African continent, and let's say some African chief sells you a slave. You bring that slave to America, and you use that slave. You force that slave to mate to create more slaves, which, by the way, is rape. And then that slave's offspring, you enslave them, their offspring from there and there. So off of that one slave, you literally enslaved their entire family tree for what amounts to about, 400 years? 200 if you want to go by the nation's 250, whatever the case may be. It's centuries. The point I'm trying to make is simple. You're going to put that guy who sold you one dude in the same category as enslaving his entire family tree? He sold you one guy, or he sold you 10 guys or 15 guys. You turn those 10 or 15 guys into thousands, and you're trying to somehow suggest, well, he's just as bad as me? No, it's a little bit worse than that. You took the whole family tree. It's just the guy in the beginning. So I think you're kind of trying to, it's a Marsha, he did it too type argument that I'm going to say falls flat. Tap the screen in the comments. If the what man wasn't there by slaves, the African couldn't sell slaves. You think they're going to travel all the way, Derek Fetto? You think they're going to travel all the way to the African continent and have a chief tell them, I'm not selling you any of my people? And they don't show up with ships with cannons and guns and shit, and they're going to leave empty-handed and go back home and say, well, he said you couldn't sell anything. Here's a 9-month voyage over there. We lost a few pirates, or we lost a few seamen on ship. Yeah, and he said he couldn't sell us anybody. We came home empty-handed. You really believe that's going to happen? You show up, you tell the chief, we came bringing gifts. Here's some gold, or here's some shiny shit. We need 50 guys. The chief already knows if I don't present him with 59 guys, they're going to take 49 motherfuckers and make me the 50th on the voyage back. That's it. That's what they were faced with. You can either sell us these dudes for this shit, this bounty that I've brought with me, or you can come back with us and not get a damn thing but labor like the rest of them. So they didn't go there to barter. They didn't have a choice. Either you sell these guys or you become one of them. In the comments, they have been blocking the true history of America because of its full racist history. Some folks are embarrassed by it. That may have something to do with it. Let me go back to the box. We'll start it out with Alfonso. It wasn't legal to take the life of an indentured servant. Don't try to compare them. Yeah, I don't think there's any comparison. I don't think it was I don't think it was a pleasurable experience to be an indentured servant. But compared to the way they treated slaves, I think being an indentured servant would have probably been closer to life as maybe a sharecropper or living in the Jim Crow era. But it certainly wasn't as bad as being a slave. I don't think they're anywhere near the same. I tried to bring up a guest. We'll continue on Tap the Screen. We're talking about what does Juneteenth mean to you. Feel free to help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goals. In the comments, look at the old census. Most black people were free even in the biggest slave states. Africa sold 160 million black people, 450,000 or less to USA. I think that says C. Kirk or something like that. Might be Charlie Kirk. By the way, we do got a reference to him. Your comment says, look at the old census. Most black people were free even in the biggest slave states. You really believe black people were walking around in the 17 and 1800s free in Alabama? Free to do fucking what? You can't get a job. You can't open a bank account. You can't buy property. Okay, you're free to live like a squirrel. Maybe nobody's keeping you in captivity, even if what you're saying is true, which I don't believe. But at best, you're living like a fucking squirrel. You can roam, but you can't do any damn thing. You can't purchase anything. You can't do anything. What are you talking about? Is that freedom to you? You can't vote. You can't do any damn thing. You have no say-so whatsoever. Somebody could come beat your ass, and because they're Caucasian, the cops won't even come and help you. Free to do what? Is that what you call freedom? Let me go back to the box. Having a big trouble bringing up guests. We'll go to Fab. Good evening, Fab. Welcome to the program. Maybe having some. Wasn't no one free in Alabama? The slave states, you were not walking around free in the 1800s. Keep in mind, if you were a slave owner and there was some black dude walking around free, there was no law preventing you from snatching his ass up, throwing him on your farm, and them never being heard from again. It ain't like they're going to send out a rescue party looking for him. Free my ass. You think you're free. You can put that paperwork up. You coming with us. I mean, what could you do? Fab, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. So what brings you on this evening? Good to have you on the show. Juneteenth. Some folks say it's divisive. Others say it means liberty for the African-American people. What say you?
I agree. I agree. It's our holiday, and we just gonna have to respect that. And just saying the federal government, I think it's 22 holidays, and we have two African-American holidays. One, Martin Luther King, it's not on his exact birthday.
Yeah, it's Monday.
So
it's just Monday.
It's just Monday.
Right.
So my thing is, you raising hell about
January 1st.
you raising hell about two holidays. If the Mexicans have a holiday, if they want to put it in, it needs to be put in. It's for every race. There's a Biden, I mean, everywhere. Like Alabama itself. We celebrate Confederate Memorial Day. What the hell they got to do with it?
Do they really do that down there? Confederate Memorial Day?
I was a state worker, so I know. Yeah.
You get it off? They get it off work?
Off.
Confederate Memorial Day. Wow.
The Capitol building is closed.
Jeez.
All the courthouses is closed. Confederate Memorial Day is closed.
God. Man.
So why you disrespect it? Like that guy was saying, we're gonna celebrate Juneteenth. So Martin Luther King Day is not on his exact birthday, but we're gonna celebrate it.
Yeah.
2 days out of 12 months. Come on now.
Yeah. I think a lot of us Northerners, I guess, they would call us Yanks because we live up north. I've never heard of Confederate Memorial Day. To me, that should be outlawed federally because that's literally, that would be like celebrating Bin Laden Day or some shit, or Timothy McVeigh Day. He's an American. Let's celebrate Timothy McVeigh Day in Oklahoma. That should be outlawed. Considering what they were trying to do, I don't know how you can do that and get a holiday.
In the last, about 10 years ago, they finally took the flag down at the Capitol, probably maybe over 10 years ago. But I know at one place now, it's still up, and that's Mississippi.
Yeah. Isn't it?
I know I seen it probably 2 years ago riding through Leesville.
Yeah. Mississippi part of it
still hanging today.
Yeah, Mississippi, their state flag, part of it used to be the Confederate flag, like the American flag, where you got the stars and stripes in that little corner. I think the Mississippi state flag is something like that, isn't it? Where you got a Confederate flag in the upper left corner or something of it, if I'm correct. Or they may have changed it or something.
No. 2 years ago, it was up at Lakesville. I know. When I rode by, me and my wife couldn't believe it. It was hanging up. I know what Mississippi got. What their flag is, but their Confederate Memorial Day flag, it was hanging up.
Is it about pride and heritage? Why do you think so many folks down there still continue to celebrate and honor the Confederacy? Now, obviously, a lot of them have linkages in family, just like we celebrate our heritage, even though it's unfortunately slavery. But these are people that were part of their ancestry. Do you believe it has anything to do with what they often tell you would, which is pride and heritage, is what they often say?
It probably is. But it's going to always be like that in Alabama. Alabama, Mississippi. They're the most prejudiced people in the state, in all 50 states. It might be other states, might be like that, but I know in Alabama it is. You can't change it.
You believe that Mississippi and Alabama remain prejudiced in 2026? Many say we're in a post-racial America. You're saying it's still like that now?
Yes, because they're redrawing the line.
What do you mean
They're redrawing the line now.
Explain.
But, it's 2 black representing in the state of Alabama. They were drawing a line to get them removed.
Oh, you mean the redistricting? You're talking about the gerrymandering?
Yes. Yes.
But that's happening in California as well. I mean, that's happening in California.
They going at Figures, and I can't think of the other guy's name. It's 2 of them they going at Figures, and another guy, I can't remember his name. It might be Jackson. But them the 2 districts they going at.
Yeah.
And then we got one coming in, running for governor now. And he's from Florida. Tuberville.
Yeah. But I mean, California is redistricting too. I mean, you wouldn't suggest that California is doing it in a racist manner, would you? Gavin Newsom is doing that.
They just what California doing is just making the Democrat more stronger because he doing it the other states. So they just counting it back off. Well, they want to do that. We just bring more Democrats in.
So how do you respond? Because I got Paul in the comments. Paul Saw says that's how divided you guys are. Folks see Juneteenth as a divisive holiday. Now, you believe it should be honored. How do you respond to folks continuing to suggest it is dividing this country up?
To me, it shouldn't be like that, but just because we get 1 day, 2 days out of a year, and they get the other 20. Well,
They get
give the blacks 11, and they get left.
Well, black people don't represent. Wait, hold on.
Rosa Parks her day.
No, because African Americans do not represent anywhere near 50% of the population. So why would they get half of the holidays?
You know what they complaining about too? What the hell they complaining about too?
Yeah.
And they got 20.
Well, they do believe it's because the unlike the other holidays, they believe black people are making this all about them, and it's dividing up the white person, and I guess a day to be anti-white, if you will, because you can't discuss slavery without making whites look bad.
Get rid of July the 4th day and see what they do.
Wait, say that again?
Get rid of July the 4th and see what they do.
Why would you want to get rid of July 4th? It's a significant day in American history.
They want to take the 17th and Martin Luther King Day. Every time you want to bring it up, they want to get rid of them 2 days.
You think they want to get rid of MLK Day as well?
Yeah, look what we got in the White House.
He hasn't talked about getting. He has spoken ill of Juneteenth. I haven't heard Trump challenge MLK Day.
Yeah, because you know it's gonna be hell.
Now, Charlie Kirk is on the record saying that MLK was an awful guy.
You see what he had on?
Huh?
You see what he had on?
Well, he had to have neck surgery, but I mean, he didn't like.
Ain't no neck surgery. Ain't no neck surgery. See what he had? His eye lifted up. Wherever he lifted up his eyes at, burn well. I'm gonna just leave with that.
Charlie Kirk was a devoted Christian. Perhaps he's looking down on us.
Yeah,
He may be in heaven.
Yeah, whatever.
Are you suggesting that Charlie Kirk was not granted salvation?
He will always say, "Lord, forgive me." But holler at you. You have a
All
nice day.
right, you too. Good talk. All right, moving on. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 50,000. 50, not 50. 50. FIDDY. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap. Not a lot of love for such a program today. I get it. Looking in the comments here real quick. I believe that racism is a tool used by the extremely wealthy to divide the population. They are looting. I'm not saying it didn't or doesn't exist, but I definitely think the wealthy fan of the Flames. Yeah, I believe that. Because if they weren't fanning the Flames, then people would focus on some of the stuff they're doing. So, I mean, you do want to give the poor enemies. Otherwise, you will become that enemy. So I don't disagree with that the wealthy has something to do with it. Plus, the wealthy is profiting off of the racism as well. They profit from it. Looking in the comments, absolutely doing slavery, obviously, in the Jim Crow area as well. Trump can take. What says Trump can take if he wants. We will still celebrate just like we did for it before he became a holiday. Yeah, listen. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, as I often mention, but I did spend a few years as a juvenile in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin as well. And I heard about it in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I moved there as a teenager and did my high school years there. In Chicago, I hadn't heard nothing about Juneteenth. We had stuff like Bud Billiken Day Parade and all kinds of other stuff in Chicago, but I had never heard of Juneteenth in Chicago, oddly enough, considering how big that city is and how many people of color are there. But when I moved to Milwaukee, they were having Juneteenth parades and stuff. So that's where I first heard about Juneteenth was as a teenager in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, not in Chicago. Looking in the comments, I grew up with the Green Book. Wow, you got more years than I do, Deuce. Green Book, wow. Good movie, by the way. And once again, just Juneteenth, I'm sure there's a lot of Americans that do not know what the Green Book is. I didn't know what that was either before the movie. It just, there's just so many awful eras of our history that you just haven't been told. I mean, just think about I'm a Gen Xer. Just think about all of the movies that have been created that go through everything from slavery to Jim Crow era stuff to discrimination and things. Most of that stuff only has been created in our lifetime. The majority of it probably since the 1980s. So generations before that, they weren't, this stuff was completely hidden from them. That's why the Alex Haley novel Roots, when it became a miniseries back in the late 70s, was such, there was a big outrage over it because people, a lot of that shit wasn't even covered in schools back then. If you go back to the baby boomer generation and before, they weren't even talking about it. It was just a dark period of time that they were completely sweeping under the rug. Looking in the comments, and thank you for the super chat there, Big Bo C. If you don't like it, don't accept the holiday pay, says Big Bo C. Well, the issue is most Americans in corporate America don't get those holidays off or paid anyway. I mean, most of my life I've been in corporate America. I didn't get MLK Day off. I mean, what about you folks? Do you get those holidays off and paid? Unless you're a teacher or in the banking industry or a civil service worker like post office or government worker. For the most part, if you're in corporate America, you don't get those days off anyway, probably. A lot of businesses don't give you those days off anyway. Do you get MLK and Juneteenth off and paid? Now, CPT Cowboy says, I take the day off. Yeah, but that's something that's going to cost you one of your vacation days or maybe even a day that you're not paid. You have to take that off. But does your company give you MLK and Juneteenth off and paid? I'm going to tell you, most of corporate America does not do that. My job don't give a damn who had a dream, says Cedric. Yeah, most of the jobs I've had, even in Chicago, you were not getting those days off. Floaters, yeah, you might be able to use it. You can either take this day off or that one, but they don't treat it like a regular holiday where you're like Easter. Well, Easter's on a Sunday, but they don't treat it like regular holidays where you get it off. I'm white. I pay people to take off MLK Day. All right, Hank, fair enough. Tap the screen. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. We'll go to one of my subscribers. Travelman. Yeah, alter ego. Thank you very much. Travelman, good evening.
How you doing, Tim?
Good. Do you get paid now? Now you're government though, right?
I'm retired.
Okay, but you were government most
Retired
of you
since
were
2019.
yeah your whole career you were government though, right?
Well, yeah, I was government, then I was a contractor. Yeah,
Okay.
I was military, and then a contractor.
So you got those days off there.
Well, they didn't have
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth before I retired.
Okay. But yeah, because in corporate America, most people do not get.
They don't get off.
Yeah, MLK they guarantee you're not getting it. Like I said, unless you're a teacher or civil services, you might get it. But you work at Target or Ace Hardware somewhere, you're probably not getting that day off. I mean,
So, Tim,
sure. What's up?
you ever heard of a speech by Frederick Douglass called "What Does the 4th of July Mean to the Slave"?
No, I do not know based on the title.
Okay, so if you never, and I ask anybody that's on here, if they haven't heard that speech, go out on YouTube, and you have, I think Ozzie Davis does it, and a couple other people, or if you want to go read the text of it, and he's asking, and this is given in 1852, and he's asking then, what does the 4th of July mean to the slave? Now, a lot of people don't know Frederick Douglass was one of the greatest orators.
Yeah, very educated. Well, that's what before you continue, that's what I asked one of my callers a moment ago who had an issue, Slanging and Banging, who had an issue on one of the other platforms. He had an issue with, this Juneteenth. And I asked him something similar, like what changed for African Americans on July 4th, 1776? Nothing. So that would be the answer to Frederick Douglass's question. Nothing. It doesn't mean anything to him.
So let's take a look at something, right? We came into this country in 1619, right? I actually met a descendant of the first slave that was born in this country.
And they actually kept records of it? I'm surprised his records are still intact.
Traced their history back all the way to this guy. They actually live in Hampton, Virginia. Okay. So this country, so we're gonna start in 1776. So from 1776 until 1865. You had slavery.
Say that again. Until 1865, until slavery ended.
Yeah, slavery, right? And then after 1865, you had a couple of years in there, and then of course
Texas.
The Republicans and the Democrats got together and they overturned the field order from, I forget the general's name, and they gave back all the land back to the Southern people. And then we started going into Jim Crow. Well, we had another 75 years. So basically, from 1865 to 1965, about 80, 85, 90 years of that was under some type of Jim Crow, right?
Yeah.
So, on January the 4th, 2026, what do we celebrate? What do Black people celebrate? Because in 1865, when the Civil War ended and slavery supposedly ended, of course, the people in Texas didn't get notification until 2 years later.
Right.
What did Black people leave slavery with? After being in this country since 1619, and what they contribute, because, don't forget now, in 1860, slaves were the most valuable asset in this country. Worth about, in today's dollars, about $3 or $4 billion.
Worth more than even having a horse.
It worth more than the railroads, worth more than the banks, and all of that. And then take into account the businesses that's around today that benefited from slavery, whether down south or up north. So when Black folks left slavery, see, anytime you bring this stuff up, people like to bring up, now you're bringing up the victim. Okay. What did Black people leave slavery with? After all those couple of 100 years of being enslaved.
Other than their freedom, somewhat a twisted version of freedom? Nothing. I mean, that's why reparations still gets floated on. They got nothing.
Nothing. And so after an event such as that in this country, it has never been recognized.
That's why they left with not even a holiday to recognize the day or the event.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. The goal was, I think,
let me ask you this.
Before you do, it's pretty clear. The stated goal was to act as though slavery never happened. That was the goal of this country, was to basically pretend that event never happened. Before, I want to read this comment to you, and I'll let you ask the question, but I don't know where to go with this, so I'm going to pass it to you, coming from Nonconformist. He says, I don't care whether you care, just the fact of hearing you cry like babies and watching you having to write in my language, English, and communicate with each other in my language, English, is enough. How do you take that?
That is what you call pure ignorance. Pure ignorance. Africans taught Europeans how to wash their ass. Okay? The Africans that they brought over here were skilled. That's why you got rice. The people that go down to Gullah, go down to South Carolina where the Geechee is at down there. Those people, the part of Africa they came from, their specialty was rice. A lot of the slaves they brought over here came over here with specific types of skills. Okay? Your country, your lazy ass didn't build a damn thing. It was built on the backs of slaves.
I didn't, something, and this is, like I said, even though I came from Chicago and went through, a school that was predominantly African-American, some of the stuff you're talking about, I didn't even know. I didn't know that the rice thing came from
because it wasn't taught.
No, it wasn't. I didn't know
it wasn't
that.
taught.
And I'll give you an example, and I'll tell you something. Our conversation is angering folks. The same guy mentioned before, Nonconformist, he says, good night, racists got no time for racism. So, I mean, folks don't like these conversations.
So let me ask you this. When you came out of slavery and you went into Reconstruction, and then jealousy and thinking the superiority gene kicked in, and that's when you had the first coup d'etat in the United States of America down in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Yeah, that Nat Turner, what is that case?
No, this is something totally different.
Okay.
This is where if you had a black mayor, you had black people in positions in the town, and the white people was like, no, we're not going to have this. So they ginned up some stuff in the newspapers, and then what they called them back then was race riots. Okay, and they came into Wilmington, and they did a coup d'etat, and they killed a lot of black folks up in there.
I do. Okay? I have heard this story. I mean, they call Black Wall Street a race riot as well. That's what that's a way of softening it.
The Red Summer of 1919, the race riots in East St. Louis in 1917, Rosewood, all this stuff that they call race riots were actually
massacres.
White people that went into black communities and killed them. So let me ask you this for the knucklehead that just made that statement. If you take have you ever heard of somebody going into somebody's property and drag them out because they looked at you wrong or didn't get out of the way fast enough, or a woman said you looked at them and they drag you out of the house and they drag you down behind a horse or whatever, and then they beat you and they stab you and they shoot you? I'm sorry. Bang.
I think a lot of that. Emmett Till, and I've heard it. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me finish. And then after they do, I'm not talking about Emmett Till.
No, but I'm saying there's a lot of stories like that. Rosewood has stories like that in it.
Hold on a minute. That's not what I'm getting at, though. And then after they do all of that to you, and they make you forbidden fruit from a tree, and then while you hanging from the tree, they may cut out your genitalia. They probably got a crowd of people around, including kids, and they're cutting off parts of your skin to keep as a souvenir. And then when all that is said and done, they cut you down, or either they start the fire while you still there, and they set you on fire. Who does that to another human being?
Monsters. And I'll tell you something. Yeah, wait, hold on. A lot of this has nothing to do with the actual perceived violation, whether it's looking at a white woman or some people just like to commit bad acts. And this is just folks getting off steam by harming folks. You know, like there are people who abuse animals. Has nothing to do with what the animal did. It's just some folks.
Well, that's how they looked at black folks.
Yeah, and that's what it was. It had nothing to do with you were trying to protect a white woman or something. No, you just wanted to let off some steam and murder somebody.
And that was done over 4,000 times. It was put in newspapers. But see, when you bring up this kind of, this is where they when you bring up, oh, you whining. Or that's why they call Martin Luther King and call them race baiters. Okay? If somebody else if people don't stand up and say something, who else was going to do it?
Yeah.
The reason that we're in the age of white folks whining right now is because they don't control the narrative.
Are they really whining though? I mean, they just
whining like hell, Tim.
And in the comments, I'll say this.
The history.
I'll say this: slanging and banging, but they try to prevent the history from being accurate. In the slanging and banging says, "I want to unify America, not divide it." They're suggesting that by telling American history accurately, it causes division. Now, I'm with you. We should tell history accurately. But I do agree at the same time, the history of this country was so dark, one race basically dominating, destroying, raping, and killing the other one. There is no way to be accurate about history without it dividing people. It's going to upset people. I don't think there's any way to tell history accurately without that happening.
Damn. This shit we talking about, it wasn't a long time ago.
That ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there a way to tell history accurately without it being divisive? Even African Americans hear this shit and they get pissed off at white folks. And white folks hear it and they feel like they're, huh?
You know why it's divisive?
Why?
Because look what it was.
Yeah.
Look what they did.
But it's not the current crop of people. The whites are going to say, that ain't me. You're getting pissed off at me for what my great-great-granddad did.
You know what? No, you know what? I'm 68 years old. So therefore, that means anybody that's white, that's my age, that lived down in the South, more than likely, their father or grandfather went to a freaking lynching.
But it ain't them, Travel Man.
So what? It's not them. Okay. Are they benefiting from Jim Crow?
What are they gonna do? Let's say, for instance, blacks were treating whites the way it went vice versa, and I grew up in that era, and I benefited from it. I haven't owned anybody or any of that, but I grew up as a privileged black man. What am I gonna do? That's the way the system is set up. So you're gonna fault me for something?
So we cannot talk with you. You just want them to have the history?
No. I want to know.
That's all. All the time people are saying, we just, anytime you try to talk about black history, you get the same bullshit, excuse my French, like what you just been getting in the text messages, because they don't want to hear it.
My point, I agree with you that they don't want to hear it. All
this shit was built off of slavery.
I agree with you that they don't want to hear it, but the problem they're saying is, I don't want it talked about, because when we talk about what happened in the past, you're trying to blame me for what my ancestors did. I didn't partake in it. If I benefited from it, it's because of the system. No different than what we're doing in Iran, what we're doing in the Middle East. You may be benefiting from that. Whether it's cheap oil prices, global domination, you're benefiting from the mistreatment of other people. What can you do about it?
So let me ask you this. Everything I just told you this today while we've been talking, did I blame anybody?
No. But plenty of people do.
All I did was tell the history, Tim. And from what people that I know, that's what they do. They tell the history, not blaming anybody. You can't blame anybody today for what happened.
But you do know a lot of people do blame people for this stuff.
Well, you know what? Is it a part of history?
Yeah, but it ain't current.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do those same people that say, I don't want to be blamed, do they take credit for what their forefathers did, what their great-grandfather did? Oh, yeah, my great-grandfather did this. He built this company. Are they taking credit for that?
I mean, how do you take credit? If my granddad was a serial killer, how do I take credit for that? What do you mean?
That's totally different.
Hey, well, no, it ain't. Some of them were serial killers. How do you take credit for it?
But you're talking about an individual act. I'm talking about, we're talking about a history of a people in a country.
There's nobody white in America that denies that slavery happened, is there?
So what are they whining about? Because
they're not whining. They're saying that if we talk about the dark portions of our history, it's causing you folks in modern time to have a negative opinion of modern day whites that had nothing to do with it. That's the claim they're making.
Well, tell me this. Between 1865 and 1965 and up until today, tell me the great part of the black history in this country.
The fight and success of the MLK movement, the fight and success of all the folks we idolized, from Jackie Robinson, Rosa Parks. All of those stories had success.
The key word, the fight.
Yeah.
So everything that we have, you've had people in this, you have people say, well, we gave you civil rights. No, you didn't give us a damn thing. We had to fight for it.
I agree with that.
Look at what's happening today. You had the other guy was on here talking about redistricting, and you brought up California.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the difference between California redistricting and Tennessee redistricting?
The redistricting in the South is going to hurt the black vote. There's no denying about that. Because most blacks in the South vote Democrat.
So why are they only going into Democrat regions,
because they are Republican. They're not going to redistrict out Republican votes. If you're black and Republican, it might not hurt you.
It's based on race. Prior to them gutting the CRA, the VRA, they had to go get approval to do the stuff that they doing, and the stuff that they're doing, they couldn't get approval for it.
I don't know if it's all based on race. In the South, maybe, but like let's say in Ohio, where like
I'm talking about the South.
Yeah, but the South, yes. The South, yes.
You know, and before that, it was all done every 10 years, but now it's done every 5 years. But let's not lose point of what we're talking about here. We're talking about Juneteenth. You're talking about one day. You're talking about a significant act in this country that has never been recognized. Never. Everything that has been done in this country is based on quote unquote American history. Yeah. Not the fact that black folks couldn't move where they wanted to. Black folks couldn't get loans. Matter of fact, they would take the money out of the banks and the branches in the black neighborhoods and take the money up to the white neighborhood and give the loans to them. And black folks couldn't get the loans. Black folks couldn't get good schools even though they were paying taxes. When you go into the 80s, when you had the CRK thing decimating the black community, you had just as much of that shit being used by white people as used by black people. But who did the majority of the jail time? The black people did.
The ones who still do it now.
Okay.
Real quick, I do got to move it on, but that still continues to this day. I mean, to me, if you're African American and you do something wrong, there's a greater chance you're going to be punished, and the punishment is going to be greater. That's not to say a white person won't be held accountable if they commit a crime. I'm just saying if you're playing the odds and you get into some trouble, it would behoove you to be white. Last word.
Yeah, and then but in the same, you go to the opiates. When during the opiate crisis, no, we need treatment. So they start opening up more beds. When you go into the CRK thing, what they do, they took the black man out of the neighborhood. Everybody like to say it was welfare. Yeah, welfare played a part. But if you want to look at it, the CRK epidemic destroyed the black community. Yeah. And also, I say, had a more of an effect on the black family, because once we had the deindustrialization started, that's what started it. And then when the CRK came in, people got to feed their families. And so they got arrested, which took them out of the home. Then they went to prison, which took them out of the community. And as a result of being a felon, you cannot vote and you cannot get a good job.
Yeah.
That relegated them to second-class citizenship.
It was a good
That's
way.
not
It
whining.
was a good way to
That's
keep.
the freaking facts.
It was a good way to keep them in their place. Travelmen, I appreciate
That's
you
why
coming
they
through.
came up with the war on drugs.
No.
Even Nixon said it.
All right.
Anyway, Tim,
I don't disagree with any of that. Thank you.
I see you when I come up to the Obama Center.
I'm looking forward to that. Tap the screen and get the. And by the way, that Obama Center is free. I don't know how long it'll be free. You know, people, just like you could park at casinos in Vegas for free, they now charge you. Whatever's free generally doesn't stay that way for long. Real quick before we continue on with the next caller, Juneteenth is not all we were going to talk about, but it is a touchy subject. So it's going to dominate just because of how passionate both sides of the aisle feel about that particular topic. Why? I don't know. To me, look, I don't care what you name a holiday after. If I can get the day off, I'll take it. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why Juneteenth is so divisive. I just don't. I mean, obviously African Americans were freed at one point in time. Even if the Irish, the indentured servants in this country, that when they say the white slaves, that's kind of who they're talking about, the Irish who were indentured servants. There is a difference between being an indentured servant and a slave. And I'll tell you what, if you took a slave and made them an indentured servant, they would get down on their knees and celebrate and praise God for the upgrade. It's a big, big difference between being a slave and being an indentured servant. But if they want to have a holiday to the Irish for indentured servitude, I don't have a problem with it. I wouldn't have a problem with it at all. I mean, who the hell has a problem with an additional holiday? Are you that eager to work? Really? So I don't understand that. Y'all voted for this shit goofy, says Teddy Owens. I don't know who y'all is, and could you please let me know what this shit is? They burned down towns, Black Wall Street, crack hit hard, now fentanyl, they crying. Yeah, all of that's true. Guys, this conversation is in the past. Very wealthy people can print money that we have to work for. It's literally the theft of labor through inflation. That is the current. Well, here's the problem with that. I don't deny that the whole slavery thing and all that is a conversation that's in the past. Two things, though. First, there are still present day issues that are related to what happened in the past. And then the second issue I have to bring up is, why is it that only when we're discussing the history of African Americans do we say you need to move on, it's in the past? I mean, as one of my viewers just suggested, they still celebrate the Confederate Memorial Day in the South. That's in the past, too. They're waving Confederate flags out. You don't see people waving Confederate flags and what? That's in the past. That's not modern day. Why are you still waving the flag? So I don't understand why when it comes to African Americans, suddenly their history is in the past and they need to get over it. When we're okay with everybody celebrating everything from Bastille Days to Oktoberfest to St. Patrick's Day. All of that shit's in the past too. So I don't understand. Should we stop? Should we stop discussing September 11th after a certain period of time? Should we close the memorial in Hawaii in honor of Pearl Harbor? It's in the past. That ship is sunk. Take the memorial away. I mean, it's in the past. World War II is like 80 years ago. So I don't understand why when it comes to African American history, suddenly it's in the past and we need to get over it. And as somebody rightfully pointed out, the Holocaust is in the past as well. Should they stop talking about it? So I know I'm going to take flack for saying this, but this is a free speech program. I invite all of you folks to state your case. I don't censor, block, ban, or limit anybody's conversation. We're MAGA friendly on the program as well. But damn it, it applies to yours truly as well. And I'm going to say, when it comes to trying to shut down the past of African Americans while letting everybody speak, my comment has always been the same. If you don't want to be called a racist, quit doing racist shit. Why would you shut down the past of one group of people and be okay with everybody else speaking their past? If you don't want to be called racist, try to avoid doing racist shit. That's a pretty clear example of one right there. Tap the screen, get the likes showing up to 70,000. We'll go back to the box. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Somebody can correct me if you will. Chat is a rapid fire conversation between large numbers of people. I'm not concerned with dramatically correct, says Deke. Seattle and Washington State now the most important happening. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Let people celebrate what they want to celebrate. Who cares? I'm with you on that. I am absolutely with you on that. And today, says Hank Pitt, they are trying to erase all those achievements. There is some aspect to that. Tap the screen real quick in the comments. Somebody says same reason we get more time for the same crime. I don't disagree with that in many cases. I mean, I have seen plenty of studies that suggest that whites and blacks use illegal narcotics at the same rate. I've never seen any studies that say blacks use more illegal narcotics than white people do. Yet, when you look at the prison population, and many of them, most of them are in there for drug-related crimes, it's, what they say, 13% of the population, 50% of the inmates. If they're all using drugs at the same rate, why is one group greatly exaggerated in terms of prisoners for drug crimes? If they're 13% of the population, 50% of the crimes, if most of them that are African-American were in there for rapes and murders and shit like that, I think it would be a point. But if you got studies that show that whites and blacks use illegal drugs at the same rate, and there's a disproportionately larger number of blacks in jail for drug crimes, obviously something else is going on. I've never seen any study that says that whites use drugs at a less rate or lesser frequency than black people. I've seen a lot of studies, though, that suggest that blacks, when incarcerated or even charged with drug crimes, receive a harsher sentence, and they do end up in the system. So a lot of that may explain the 13% of the population, 50% of the prison population. They're being treated differently. I don't care if you're in fucking Beverly Hills or Boise, Idaho. Drugs are around you. You can get whatever the fuck you need. Whatever your drug of choice is, whether you're in Beverly Hills or Boise, Idaho, you can get it. And there are plenty of cities in this country have little to no black population at all, and people are still getting fucked up, still getting high. So why is it $13.50? Something's wrong with that. That's all I'm saying. Looking in the comments, black folks that grew up with the like fast money and hustling. Okay, you think white people don't like fast money and hustling? Like I said, anywhere you're located in America, you can get your hands on illegal narcotics. All of this shit, from fentanyl all the way down to when marijuana was still highly illegal. You can get it, even if you're in rural Alabama, backwoods Louisiana, areas where there's nobody black around. If you're getting the illegal drug, that means somebody is selling that illegal drug to you illegally. So the idea that black folks, like fast money and hustling, they ain't selling it to them folks. So clearly somebody else out there like fast money and hustling too. Just apparently the system ain't viewing them as people that like fast money and hustling. In the comments, why we gotta pay $3 billion to Iran, $300 billion to Iran. In regards to Iran, I want to tell you, and we'll talk about that right now, and tap the screen and get the likes on up to 70,000. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goals, if you will. Show the program some love. Speaking of Iran, why do we have to pay him $300 billion? That wasn't what was supposed to happen.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before we head out live to Florida, I did want to share this post here with you on Iran. And this is just coming in from President Trump on Truth Social. He says this: there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, in the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
Now hear the rest of this. Listen to this.
Just coming in here from Truth Social, as we did hear President Trump saying he wants to have a say in who the next leader will be, and that Khamenei is an unacceptable pick. So we did just want to bring this.
Now you hear him saying he wanted to say in who will be the next leader in Iran. Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini's son, was not acceptable. This is a couple months old. This post is a couple months old, as you may know. But listen to these are the stated goals of why we went in Iran. We wanted an unconditional surrender, you hear him saying, And you hear him also saying that this is after the Ayatollah was killed. You hear him saying his son will be unacceptable. And last but not least, adding on another stated goal was that they were killing protesters, and that had to stop. I believe Trump posted a tweet or a Truth Social post earlier in the war, which we're only talking a few months. This whole thing started in March. It's only June. He also stated that if they continue killing protesters, we were going to bomb them for that as well. I want to ask you folks, with him saying they had to surrender unconditionally, him saying the son is not a acceptable replacement, it has to be somebody that Trump has a say-so in replacing Iran, and they couldn't kill the protesters. With all of those goals not being met, why are there so many members of the Trump administration like J.D. Vance? I got a lot of MAGA, some of my beloved MAGA are on the internet. Why are they saying this is a success? Why are they saying the outcome of this is better than Obama's? Almost all of the stated goals Trump made before the war began has not been met. Many of them, like the saving protesters and liberating protesters, they're not even on the table anymore. He's not even talking about that anymore. This is some of the opening reasons he said for us going in that country. Why are they saying this is a success? Virtually none of the stated goals have been met. The only thing we have is they're not going to develop a nuclear bomb, which Tulsi Gabbard claims they weren't doing that to begin with. But for what we allegedly have accomplished in Iran, what have we lost? 13 service personnel, hundreds of soldiers that got, quote unquote, a headache from Iran, because Iran fought back. They don't have much to fight with compared to the United States, but they did cause a lot of damage. 13 bases that are rendered completely useless. That's got to be billions of dollars we got to pay to replace all of our bases that were surrounding them, like in Bahrain and UAE and all of that we lost. 13 bases, 13 deaths, hundreds of injuries. We lost an Apache a couple weeks ago. They shot down an F-18. Remember, they had to do the rescue mission for the 2 pilots. The rescue mission cost 2 Little Bird helicopters, which normally I got a Little Bird sitting around here, but 2 Little Bird we lost. We lost, I believe, 2 cargo aircraft. We lost a ton of shit to these people. What did we gain? Do you believe the gains of what Trump has done over Obama? Because remember, for all of the stuff we lost for Trump to successfully get his deal, compare what we lost for Obama to get the JCPOA. What did we lose with Obama? What did Obama need to put forth to get the JCPOA? Emails, phone calls, and a few meetings. Nobody died. Nothing was blown up. Even if you want to bring up the 1.7 billion, just the damage that Iran did fighting back cost many multiples of that 1.7 billion. Just the amount of what do you want to call it? Interceptors we use to shoot down those $10,000 drones is multiples of what Obama gave them. Every avenue of what Trump was involved in is going to be multiples of what Obama, and we're not even talking about the $300 billion that Iran is getting. We're talking about the money we spent in weapons and shit. Just the money we spent in manpower and bases lost. How are so many folks suggesting that what Trump did is a success? I need somebody to come on here and help me out with that, because I'm not, that doesn't compute with me, and I'm not the know-it-all. Don't ever think that I am. Maybe you could help correct me. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 75,000. We'll take the next caller. Trump has dementia. They're complaining about him throwing away the silverware in the White House. Really? I'm sure anybody say that, they're going to get fired. In the comments, here's an interesting one. What is the name there? Wire Ghost? Wire Ghost 710 says this Nooka, and he didn't say Nooka, he spelled it, said, I am making us look bad. Let me know why, wise guy. Let me know what I'm doing to make us look bad. I'll address your comment. We don't blackmail or censor, wise guy. Continue being wise. Dencal says we were spending $2 billion a day in Iran. Yeah. So every day we were in Iran or had ships in the region was equivalent to what Obama gave the Iranians, the 1.7 billion. Every single day for over 100 straight days, the cost of feeding soldiers and having no ship station there, all of that. Every single day. Why are folks suggesting this deal was so much better than Obama's? Unless you're in the belief that money don't matter or something. Somebody gotta let me know what that means. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Are we at 75,000? We'll take the next caller. King Finn. Good evening, King.
You know what time it is.
Yes, we do.
Man.
What am I getting wrong today, King? You always correct me. What am I getting wrong today?
You know, for a short second, you actually said something that didn't make you totally sound like you was Jigaboo and Cooner. You actually said something.
I came back, for one time. What did I say?
You better be careful.
Real quick before you do that, I want to say this. I'll give you plenty of time. Real quick, I got a poll on YouTube before I change or reset to a different poll. The question is, should Juneteenth be a holiday? We got over 200 respondents so far. Should Juneteenth be a holiday? 69% of respondents say yes. 31% say no. So there you go.
Because the only people that are sitting up talking about Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday is stupid white people. They don't want black people to have nothing. What would always is.
What would Officer Tatum say? I'm sure he's on record. Officer Tatum is a black guy.
The main problem with these white people is they don't want to admit that they gruesome ass past. They don't want to admit that black people was in slavery. It's just another way to whitewash shit. And be honest with you, I'm kind of tired of it. Let this shit go.
What do
you want to be so mad at Juneteenth? Go jump off a fucking bridge. It's too damn late. Okay?
Wait a minute. What do you mean white people? White people acknowledge what happened. They're not denying that.
Oh, for real? So Mike Glass was acknowledging it.
Who?
What's your boy name? Shake and Bake or whatever the fuck his name. He was acknowledging the shit. He wasn't acknowledging nothing.
Well,
he was perplexed at the fact that why should we have to celebrate a black holiday? Why should we have to celebrate a black holiday? You don't celebrate it then. Oh, it should be on January 1st. If you don't want the holiday, why are you worried about what day it's on? Have several seats and back the fuck up. How about that?
They're suggesting that is divisive. I even seen Handsome Conservative in the comments. He was saying that Handsome Conservative said this is why I say Democrats don't want your invocation. He's saying they want the destruction of America. He's saying that Democrats do this stuff and it's leading to the destruction of this great nation.
Oh my God, the pro-life Handsome Conservative can shut the fuck up too. I've had enough of his shit to shut the fuck up. Okay? No. You continue to say Democrats is doing this. Juneteenth is not a Democratic fucking issue. It's a race issue because you motherfuckers perform chattel slavery. Let's stop playing around. It's not race. I mean, it's not Democratic or Republican. It's fucking racial. You motherfuckers is horrible. You still are. This shit's still happening.
What?
Should we just forget about
Wait a minute.
Is it not? Is it not?
Wait a minute. What is still? Wait. What the hell is still happening? What are you suggesting is still happening?
Kids are still showing up strange food, are they not? Did Carmelo Anthony just get 35 years?
Carmelo Anthony committed a crime, King Finn.
Fuck out of here. And it was a white boy who poked two fucking kids who lured them into the bathroom in Texas and only got 10 years. Fuck that. What about the boy down in Florida who unalived his sister, made his brother sleep on her, and then, raped his sister, unalived her, and then made his brother sleep on her on the boat?
To me,
he got to go home the other day, Tim.
Okay, hold on.
What are you talking about?
Let me explain it to you. I'm not going to pretend like the system is not more favorable to white people than people of color. Hold on, because plenty of people. Hang on. Let me respond. Plenty of white people are in prison. Many of them are for life, so favorable. It's not like they all get away with shit. What I'm trying to say to you is this: is that I don't like the argument of even though I committed a major felony, I shouldn't be punished because you let a white guy get away with it. That's what we're trying.
Major felony. Is self-defense a major felony?
I don't believe what Carmelo Anthony did was self-defense, and neither did the jury.
It was not a jury of his peers. Let's go there.
Yeah, it is. You don't have an.
Tim, where was the black person at? Where was the black person?
That is not how a jury of your peers work. You're not entitled to. You cannot pick.
peers works.
You cannot pick or dismiss jury members based on race. That is not how a jury of your peers is defined.
Ain't that weird that you say that? Because it was 3 people out of the 85 black people that actually made it, and they all got dismissed. And guess why?
Yeah, because they said some shit that got them dismissed. One of the black
Get
people.
the fuck out of here.
Tim, did you not follow that case? You got you had African Americans. You had African Americans that had a chance to serve on the Carmelo Anthony jury, and you had African Americans that had a chance to serve on that jury, made it clear that they would have a hard time locking up a black man. So they got dismissed, rightfully so.
Every time I try to give you some credit, your ass tap dance right back into white people. Look, I can't fucking stand you. This is why gangsta grandma go hard on your ass every time she get in here. And I be trying to defend your coonin' ass. This is why the Clarence Timmons motherfucking picture exists right here. This is why.
Let me ask you then. So let me ask you then. Do you believe an African American who is being interviewed to be on the jury, if they say something like, I don't trust police, or I have a hard time sending a black person to jail, you think they should put them on the jury anyway?
Yes.
What?
Yeah,
What if they said I have a hard time sending? What if they say I have a hard time sending a white person to jail and the victim was black? Would you put them on the jury?
I don't know. It depends.
You don't know now. What you're doing, you're being racist in your answers. You are
the white person a jury of his peers. See, the question is different because the question again lied. The question
then let me clear it up for you. Let me clear it up for you. Let's say you had a white person that controversially killed an African American, and they were forming a jury, and you had with the white person that has killed an African American, one of the potential jurors said, I have a hard time putting white people in jail. Would you be okay with them putting that person on a jury that made that statement before this trial began?
Yes.
So you would not want them on the jury, right?
They just like Mr. Magic just said, they do it all the time.
That ain't what you are doing is trying to combat what you perceive as racism with racism in favor of you.
I don't have to, Tim. I don't have to combat what I perceive as racism because I know what racism is.
Right.
I live with it every fucking day.
And you're trying to do the same thing, but in favor of African Americans.
But man, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It don't matter what the fuck I think because the shit's happening every day. It's still happening.
Well,
name what day? How many days a week do you look on TV and see a case of a black person, something fucked up happening to a black person? A lady just got accused of stealing diapers from Walmart, and her 1-year-old baby is gone.
Here's what I don't get, though. Right. I'm going to take, and I hate this because I'm a supporter of Black Lives Matter, but for the sake of this conversation, I got to put on my MAGA hat and take the All Lives Matter approach. Exactly. I want to ask you this because you said you're talking about the baby being taken. When you really think about it, you said how many times you see somebody like that getting killed on TV? You know what it usually is? Some African American was trying to stick up the black lady and killed her baby in the process, or shooting at a crowd of people and killed another black kid. Why the hell do we make such a fuss about that when the majority of the killing in the hood is us killing each other?
Because it shouldn't be happening by the people who are supposed to protect and serve. How in the fuck is it okay for a person to walk out of Walmart and end up unalived and her 1-year-old baby unalived by a police officer? She supposedly, allegedly, I'll use that word, allegedly, they took some diapers.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. The point I'm trying to make is we take each other's lives and by the way, African American cops are bad to African Americans too. We don't make a big fuss of it. Like, have you seen Boys in the Hood? I mean, with Cuba Gooding Jr., and I was an African American treating them like that. There's plenty of black. The 5 guys in Memphis that took their life by beating him to death. Those are all African Americans. You're not better off with African American cops. They treat us bad too.
So are you saying when Black American cops do stuff, when African American cops do stuff, we don't do shit?
Not to the level you don't see anywhere near the BLM's protest when an African American treats another African American cop treats another African American wrong. No, you don't see the outrage and protest from BLM and stuff at the level of when a white guy does it. No, you don't.
I'm sorry, Tim. I don't believe that. I apologize, but I don't believe that. Because number one, let's go here. Cops ain't black or white. Cops is blue.
True.
You understand that? So
True.
It wouldn't matter if it was a black cop or a white cop. Cops fuck up. Yeah, we gonna do something about that. Period. So I don't know where.
I mean, listen.
You see the story where shit that did nothing happen to them. I don't know. Because every story I done seen, some shit happened. Some messed up shit happened. Some shit happened.
100% certain. Coming from Chicago, I'll tell you, I'm 100% certain of stories where African Americans in uniform have mistreated. By the way, keep in mind, a lot of times when the white cop shows out, as Ice Cube once said, black cops showing out for the white. There's plenty of African Americans that are standing there watching it, and they don't end up getting punished.
I'm saying you're wrong. Hey, the black cop with George Floyd, young black cop. But what happened to his ass?
They did get them with a lot of pressure. It took for the whole town to burn.
Okay. Yeah. We didn't say he black. Don't do nothing to him. No, we said fry his ass too.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, listen.
Fry his ass like a piece of chicken.
I mean, here's the deal on that. I agree that the cops watching Derek Chauvin do what he did to George Floyd should be punished. But at the same time, you kind of look, this guy got 20 years on the force or whatever. These are all rookies. Shit, I mean, to some degree, I kind of wonder if many of us would have really done much in that same situation, because you're taking on a veteran officer, ranked and all that. You're about to lose your job and everything over this. I think there's a lot of, think about how many of us will see somebody in the hood that's established, maybe a high-level gang member or something like that, doing something wrong to somebody else. We don't step in and help because you don't want to put yourself at risk for it. We don't help. I ain't seen nothing. We do that all the time.
Tim, I'm gonna tell you, Tim, speak for yourself. I have. That's all.
You know what I mean, though. The only way these people could function in the hood is for the hood to turn a blind eye to what they're doing.
Again, like I said, I'll say you speaking for yourself because I have.
But do you agree with what I just said? Do you agree with what I said? The only way these folks can function in the hood is for the hood to turn a blind eye to what they're doing. There may be a few people like you, but
I don't think so, because not the whole hood. No, not the whole hood. Hell no, not all of us. Some of us are still out there trying to get that shit right.
But the point I'm making is they could not function in the hood if everybody acted like you.
Yeah, they couldn't. You're right.
Right. So the reason they're doing so well is because most people are not acting like you.
Yeah, well, it sucks. Sometimes it does. And Mike Glass, keep your mouth off me, bro. You don't know me. I will expose you. You don't want problems with me. Okay? I don't think you know who you fucking with. Keep your mouth off me. You better ask somebody, okay?
Keep your mouth off. Isn't it keep your name out my mouth? That almost sounds like something else.
Off me. It don't matter. Keep your mouth off me. You don't know. You don't know me. I will expose you. Stop playing.
Well, let's not get into that. So moving on with the whole Trump statement suggesting that Iran must surrender unconditional. I'm asking, why is there so many folks on the right? Now, you obviously are not on the right, but folks on the right, part of the Trump administration, why are they suggesting that this deal that Trump got us in now, or about to get us in? I don't even know if they signed it or not, but he's saying people on the right are saying this is better than Obama's deal. Why is that?
Is it? I wonder why, because I don't understand how 1.7 billion or even 1.7 million or even billion is less than $300 billion at minimum. That's another thing I wanted to check your ass on. Remember to read the deal. The deal says $300 billion at minimum.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I heard like 320 something. I've heard like as much as 324. I know it's a lot of fucking money. I get what you're. Yeah, I get what you. From what I heard, I'm watching what is it called, The View, and I know my MAGA don't have any love for The View, but I'm watching The View, and what is her name? Alyssa Farah Griffin. She's one that used to work for the Trump administration, so she's the Republican on the show, and she was saying that the entire GDP of Iran is around $300 billion. So what Trump is doing is going to essentially more than double their GDP, because not only are we going to give them $300 billion, but now they can import and export oil and things like that. So he's making that country
at whatever fucking rate they want to, baby.
yeah. So he's about to make them
Wide open
extremely
and they don't
wealthy.
give a shit. Not only that, they control the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
They can do whatever the fuck they want to because he can stop them. He's gonna rebuild their military and the shit that he fucked up. Like, and then the nerve of people, like I seen alter ego goofy ass something on some, oh, by allied countries. What allied countries? Where are the allied countries in the Middle East that we have? We don't have anymore. We fucking distilled all of them. All of them are gone. You think Israel's gonna give Iran some money? Hell no, they not.
Yeah.
Israel ain't giving them shit. So where's the allied country, idiot? Make it make sense.
I've heard other
Where
Middle.
is it?
I've heard other. I got to move it on, but I've heard other Middle Eastern countries were going to make the $300 billion. I'll talk about that because it doesn't make sense to me either. But I'll give you the last word. It don't make sense to me, bro.
Long story short, that orange orangutan done fucked up. Y'all make this motherfucker sound like a king. Y'all all look dumb as fuck. And if you still following that fat motherfucker, you just about as dumb. And, oh, wait, there's that other thing about the reflecting pool. Did you know that the $14 million, the company he paid the $14.2 million, dude is haggled with all types of problems, money laundering, all types of shit. Yeah, he paid another fucking goon to do a job that is not working. He painted the motherfucker, he painted the bottom of the reflecting pool blue and the paint's coming up. It's coming up. It's in the water.
It would have been at least the paint should have lasted until Trump wasn't president. For him to say that shit wasn't going to be needed to be redone for 50 years and it didn't even last 50 days. That's waste, fraud, and abuse. Where is Doge when you need him? I got to move it on, King. It's embarrassing.
One word. Failure.
Big time. Big time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look, I remember during the Obama administration, Solyndra was a scandal under Obama where they were talking about solar panels and it went wrong and they were talking about the fraud. That pool is a huge fucking scandal. I mean, that's just complete waste of money. All of the money spent to get where they are now, where he was bragging, is so blue. And that means all the money he's paid them so far has been a complete waste. Because the project is worse off now than it was before they began. And I have to ask, why aren't MAGA complaining about waste, fraud, and abuse in this case? We think USAID or federal employers are a waste. I think, 20 mil or whatever it was spent on that pool, that is complete waste. That is 100% waste. In my opinion, that kind of money should never have been spent to make the pool look blue to begin with. There's so many other things going on with this country economically and things like that. Look, I'm okay with beautifying DC, but take care of the average Joe first. At least get the economy so that the people can eat. I mean, that shit at $14 million. Thank you, Mike the Sailor. There's no way you should be spending $14 million to make a pool look blue in this current economy. That priorities is what I'm saying. You're beautifying your neighborhood while the rest of the country, who's likely not going to be in DC anytime soon, are struggling. Priorities is what you're firing people and at the same time purchasing money or using money rather to turn a pool blue. Wow. In the comments real quick before we continue on, tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. No love today whatsoever. I'm not even, TikTok cap goes 0. Wow, this is horrible, folks. No love at all, huh? Which I got the new poll question is which Iran, this is on YouTube, which Iran deal was better for America, Trump's or Obama's? Just started the poll. Thank you, Mike the Sailor. Appreciate that. Only 20-some odd responded so far. I just started the poll. 25% say Trump's Iran deal is better. 75% so far say Obama's deal was better. I don't understand what makes Trump's deal better other than just simply the belief that they're not going to fuck with Trump and they were okay fucking with Iran. Danny Dan, thank you. Thank you for the love. And Ash of North Carolina, raise up. Take your shirt off, twist it in the hair. Looking in the comments here real quick. Give me the facts, then I'll make the decision. Just look at the sheer amount of revenue spent pursuing the Trump deal versus Obama. We made a big ass fuss about $1.7 billion. Big fuss about that. We spent so many weapons and shit attacking Iran. They're suggesting we're getting low on missiles and shit. 1.7 is like a drop in a bucket at this point compared to what Trump has spent getting whatever deal. Now, if Trump's deal, and thank you, Blue One Banks, appreciate that. Wow, really appreciate that. Thank you. If you could show us just a significantly greater deal under Trump, we might have an argument to be made. But what we've gotten from the Trump's deal doesn't sound that much. Not to mention, as I keep pointing out, Trump stated the things he wanted from Iran. The protesters were going to be liberated. We're going to stop them from killing protesters. Ayatollah's son was not an acceptable replacement. We'd had to put in a leader that we had say-so in. They couldn't develop a nuke, and he's claiming he wanted an unconditional surrender. Not to mention, later in the war, they said the Strait of Hormuz had to remain open. We haven't gotten any of those. None of the stated goals or objectives for going in there have been met. The only one we're walking away with is the same thing Obama said. They agreed not to pursue a nuclear weapon. The only difference is we believe him, I suppose, under Trump, and we didn't believe him under Obama. Other than that, there's nothing better from the Trump deal than the Obama deal, despite the immensely deeper and more significant cost. Scott Penny, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate that. There's nothing there in regards to the Trump deal that I can think of. Maybe one of you folks can help me. That would justify the tremendously higher cost. As time goes on, we can see how bad Trump is, says Deuce. Not everybody. I got folks who are still saying that Trump is the best president in U.S. history. Real talk. Let me go back to the box. Thank you guys for showing the program some love. Certainly. We'll make it happen with MAGA. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the show. Not to mention the Strait of Hormuz was open before Trump attacked Iran. Yeah, you're the guy to ask. Now, you're my resident MAGA.
Shit, I thought I canceled the plus.
Is that what you're wanting to do?
Yeah.
Are you there?
No, I guess.
Your signal is bad. I may have to drop you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in and out. Appreciate that dinosaur real talk. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, you got a bad signal, Mag. I'm gonna have to drop you. Yeah, your signal is really bad. Let me move on with the show. Tap the screen. Maga must be on the road because you don't normally have a signal that's that bad. We'll continue on with Andy. Good evening, Andy. Trump be out in 3 years. Iran will build a nuclear again. Then, if they're assuming they stop now. Andy, good evening.
Hello.
Hey. So the claim from the right overwhelmingly is that Trump's Iran deal is significantly better than Obama's. Alter ego. Thank you. So
yeah, it only cost us $300 million more, and it wasn't even necessary. You know, we only spent $1 trillion on this shit. What the hell?
What is MAGA seeing? MAGA disagrees. Alter ego, appreciate that. MAGA's seeing certainly
because they have to. Because they can't admit they lost. That was a surrender. That wasn't a damn. J.D. Vance and Trump surrendered. They need the strait open. We are depleting the reserves at an alarming rate. We cut the excise tax on states so we can artificially hide the price of gasoline. Reality, that rooster's going to come to call, and when it does, it's going to be ugly. I don't give a damn how they want to frame it. You can hide it right now all you want, trying to evade the midterms, but people aren't fucking stupid. Only you all who want to be sycophants for Trump believe any of this dumb shit.
Why do you believe, because Trump's been president almost 2 years, you're saying sycophants for Trump. What do you think that is? I mean, like, if he's wrong, he's wrong. Why are you suggesting that MAGA not call balls and strikes, even if the pitch is right in their face? They're watching instant replay.
It's their entire personality. They have made being MAGA their entire personality. I have a life outside of here. Like, being a Democrat is not my entire personality. Like, people don't see me coming and think Democrat. I got family members that see them coming and think MAGA. Because this is where we've come to in America.
How do we get back?
That's all they talk
How do we get past it?
They watch Fox News. I don't know. Fox News might have to go. Like, there's even studies on it. Like, people that they got to quit watching Fox News for just an hour a day became less suspicious, less hostile to their neighbors, more friendly, more open. And you can actually look it up. It's a study Columbia did. It's true. And the minute they quit doing that study and went back to watching Fox, they went back to doing what they were doing. Wow. It doesn't make sense.
So now the UK, the United Kingdom, just banned all social media access for minors under 16. Are you suggesting that we need to ban access to Fox News?
Probably.
What about free speech?
I think that we should have some kind of standard. I think free speech is fine, but if you're just lying through your teeth all the time, if it's a direct harm on the societal impact of your nation, so much so that it affects your GDP, it's no small thing. And we don't let people yell fire. We don't let people do all kind of things that's language. And Fox isn't news. They're right. It's entertainment.
I got to present this to you. Now, we've talked plenty of times, but this comment is not coming from me, but I want to read it. This is coming from Pyro Joe. You obviously have an accent. You're down south. Pyro says, you know you're undercover Trump fan. Stop the cap. Saying you're lying.
Whatever. I'm not even addressing those people anymore. Everybody on this app that knows me knows there's no way I would ever be Republican. Never heard me say anything Republican. Never.
That is true.
Matter of fact, I am vehemently far left. Pretty sure everybody knows that. Y'all
I never viewed you
Republicans
as
damn sure know.
far left. I never viewed you as far. Explain why you would suggest you're far left. What makes you far left?
Because I'm progressive. I'm past corporate Democrat. I would like to see some social programs. Like, I do believe that we need medical for everybody. Like, Mexico has it, Canada has it, every other first world country has it. Like, why are we behind? And I don't feel like I should have to explain myself just because one person wants to malign my character.
Yeah. It's crazy that we've come to a place where believing everybody should have health care is viewed as a negative. Like, you're a socialist. Like, because that's what Obama was talking about. I mean, Obama was not talking about turning us into Russia or China somewhere. I mean, just people should have health care. Now, all of the free world does that. It's crazy that in this country, one of the wealthiest nations on the planet, we view it as a negative to suggest all of the citizens have health care. I don't understand. I guess I'm far left too, if that's the case.
Well, and like right now, they're on this fraud kick. Like, everything's fraud. Can't have anything because everything's fraud. That's why I hate arguing with them so much about it. But because the reality check is, if you go look at, like, Medicaid, who's the biggest fraud recipient in Medicaid?
Are you talking about gender, race? Huh?
No, Rick Scott. Rick Scott stole $1.5 billion from Medicaid.
Former Florida governor you talking about?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. No, one of their representatives. He's representative now. So when he was running the hospital, they stole 1.5 billion. Like, Republicans are always tied up in like Mississippi right now. Mississippi, I think they have $100 million. I think it's a welfare scam or something that the politicians are in.
Okay. In Mississippi.
So I mean, it is. Will you stop this with Pyro, please? You know me, Tim, and I'm tired of it.
Well, we don't censor. What is he? I mean, just ignore his comment.
You know I'm not a Republican. No, just tell him, because you know him. I'm not a
Pyro in the comments, she's definitely liberal. She's definitely liberal. She was hoping that the liberals were going to trounce Trump and Kamala Harris was going to win. I remember her talking about it. You thought the pro-choice crowd was going to stand up for Kamala, particularly even in your state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that didn't come through. So we've been, because I was even kind of teasing you on it for a while, but no, she's liberal. I haven't heard anything from you to suggest at all that you lean right. Like I said, you got a Southern accent, and usually that comes from folks who lean right. Maybe that's what he's hearing. I don't know, but no, but then again, they tell me I'm undercover MAGA.
Well, no, I think there's a group of them because there's another one named Skirt, and they come up on the panel and tried to convince him I was Republican, and that panel really knows me, and they literally laughed him off the panel. Like, they started laughing automatically. I didn't have to say nothing. Like, everybody started laughing.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, and now he's trying to say you got a Confederate flag in your bedroom and all this. You must really follow her, huh? That sounds stalker-ish, Pyro. Now you're telling me what you got in her bedroom down. In the Big Rooster Show says this woman is always on point, says Big Rooster Show. So you do got fans. You do got fans. So this whole Iran deal, though, I understand your point. It wasn't worth it. Do you believe they were adhering to the tenets of the Obama deal? Because Trump said Obama made a dumb deal.
Yeah, I do. And here's the deal: if he didn't believe they would, why is he offering them the same deal? And did you hear him the other day say he thought they should have cruise missiles?
Yeah, they got to be able to protect themselves.
I'm like, wait. We just bombed them, and now you want them? Like, dude, you tell me when Obama or a Democrat said they should have cruise missiles. Like,
you know something? I'm going to be real conspiratorial.
And then he said that they should have nuclear for power.
Yeah,
He said that.
I'm going to be real conspiratorial when I'm about to say my beloved MAGA may not like me for what I'm about to say at all, but it almost sounds like Iran may have paid Trump and said, look, if you agree to this shit, you ain't going to be in office. We'll make sure you and your kids, some of the money we collect. That's what it almost sounds like. Like, why would you agree to this awful deal? Unless there's something in it for you.
I wonder if he just got back from that trip with China, and he was so quiet and not his normal blustery self. And China has big interest in Iran, so much so they would give them weapons.
Yeah. Well, China has big interest in any adversary to the United States. China has interest in any adversary to America.
Well, no, but they actually have interest in. Well, no, they have interest in the region for themselves, is what I'm saying.
The oil. Yeah,
they
the oil.
have business dealings.
Yeah.
They were doing independent. Well, no, I think it's something else. I think it's some kind of mineral and something else. They have their own interests. I'm not talking about anything to do with us or because of us. So they want to keep that solid.
Yeah.
Because they make all the computers, blah, 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 blah. And then Russia has interest in them because they're allies. So that's Trump's buddy on one side, and he just got back from talking to China, and that, like go and threaten Macron with 100% tariffs. Like, he's not hurting anybody. His threats are so hollow and so empty. Like, they pushed that man around the G7 like, oh, bless his little heart. Like, you could see they were just, catering to the old man.
Yeah. I want
Nobody
you to
took him serious.
Speaking of not being taken serious, what about the idea that Obama, when he used to negotiate with Iran, not being taken seriously? I want you to hear this 20-second clip. I want to get your opinion on it, because this is President Trump suggesting that it ain't him, but it's rather Obama that wasn't taken seriously.
And flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that. Nobody mentions that. 1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Said that on a world stage in France there at the G7. What say you?
Well, wait, if they laughed at Obama for 1.7 billion, I bet they're rolling on their damn stomachs and holding their chest over that 324 billion. Like, there's champagne popping, confetti falling from the ceiling. Like, got a picture of Trump up there with a dunce hat and I don't know.
So you're thinking around this. I mean, listen. Yeah, I'm trying to think, Andy, and I'm like, what concession did we get from Iran at all? Like, what did we get different from them now that Trump made the deal versus Obama? What concession? Because we made a lot of concessions to them. What did we get out of this?
That they're reopening the strait and now they're going to charge us for it after 30 days? Because before it was free. So we lost this deal. It's a loss for us. It's a big ass L. We need to brand it up there and accept it. Because if we'd left the Obama deal in place, we could have saved $1 trillion. Da-da-da-ding. Just right off the bat. We would still have 13 service members alive.
Yeah, not to mention many of them, they got injured too.
We wouldn't have all of them in the hospital. We would not have our allies looking at us like we're crazy, because this is what pushed them over the edge. Remember?
Yeah.
They weren't completely broke up with us till this. So we would have all of those things back, goodwill from other countries, and not put ourselves through this. And can you imagine if he'd had to talk with China first and not put all those tariffs, how much better we'd be doing month after month in the stock market, and how much better the money would have flowed versus what we actually did? It's ridiculous.
Do you think MAGA will ever see it this way?
No, because they so much believed in him that they had put all of themselves into him. Like, it's not just politics for them. They wear his clothing, his merch. It's on their trucks. It's on their house.
What if he loses in the midterm? What if he loses in the midterms, Andy, and the Democrats try to impeach him, which I think Hakeem Jeffries has already promised to do? If they're that invested in Trump, what does MAGA do?
That's his core base, though. That is a 20% base.
That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. That's millions of people.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know what they'll do. I don't think we'll try to impeach him because Hakeem Jeffries already said no, he ain't got the stomach for it. I don't know what that fucking means, but okay. Because I know what it is they know they can't remove him in the Senate because we don't have 60 votes. So they don't want to even bother because they know it'll stir the Republicans up again, because they'll just scream, "Oh, you tried to be mean to our president. Y'all are so hateful." They won't care about accountability. So... And not to mention, we just made a bunch of people go without health care and food, where we cut SNAP, everybody's power bills going up, gasoline's through the roof. We spent $14 million on a damn reflection pool that the paint job didn't last 3 days.
That's a huge
How many vanity projects has he got going on?
Well, the Tribunal Arch and the rest of them are still coming. But before I let you go, the other side topic, I just heard in your state down there, do they still honor Confederate Memorial Day? Is that a holiday there?
Yep. We have, I don't know, we had 5. I think we still have 2 or 3 Confederate holidays in the books.
You had 5?
How many Confederate holidays does Alabama have on the books? Hold on.
Alabama officially recognizes 3 Confederate holidays.
Oh, we still recognize 3.
Wow.
Observed in conjunction with Martin Luther King.
Lee's birthday, Confederate Memorial Day.
Now, so Google can...
That's crazy.
Yeah, so
what does Juneteenth mean? So what does Juneteenth mean?
One of them is on Martin Luther King Day.
They put a Confederate holiday. They put a Confederate holiday on MLK Day, which is different dates every year. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's always February 5th.
No, it's on a Monday. Martin Luther King birthday is on a Monday. It ain't always the same date, I don't think.
Or maybe you're right. But yeah, it's set up for that same Monday. It is.
That was obviously done on purpose.
Or maybe it's just fallen that way, but it's been on the same day. And they say it correlates, so I think they did that shit on purpose.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They did it on purpose. Jeez, what's up with your state?
But can I ask you one last thing?
Sure.
It's Mississippi too, and Georgia. The Deep South is deep flawed. But Alabama changed their constitution so we could get rid of racial language should not be as racist, and instead they Project 2025'd it, and it came back and said that only a man and a woman can be married to each other, and that women's rights belong to the sanctity of the womb. That did not sound like cleaning up racial language to me. They lied to us, and then they gutted our Constitution.
All right, what's your question before I move on?
So, you see everything that's going on in Iran and everything that's going on at home, but like, we don't talk about his health.
Trump's
My
health.
husband walked in, looked at the TV, and said, "Has he had a stroke?" Because he hadn't seen him in a minute. And it took me a minute to see it, but like, look at his face and see if the left side's just not slightly worse off. Like,
I mean,
because
it's possible, but keep in mind, Senator Fetterman officially had a stroke, and he still got his job. So does Mitch McConnell. So I guess even if he had a stroke, he could still do it.
oh my God.
I gotta go.
I just
I get it. I get it. I'm not arguing.
Look, I don't ask you to defend me for much, but my reputation is one of the few things I've got, and I do think there's a Discord group, because it's not just Pyro, and it's not just Skirt. There's like 6 or 7 of them that are trying to convince the left that I am an undercover Republican.
Not in a million
And
years.
apparently they don't really know me, because if they actually knew me, they knew nothing Republican ever came out of my mouth. But yeah.
Andy, is called trolling. I know you're not. It's called trolling. I gotta go. Thank you very much.
See ya.
Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 110. 100 HUNNIT. Nobody answers the question, what does Juneteenth mean to them? It's the end of slavery. We had a very lengthy conversation, Alter Ego. Appreciate your support, by the way. Probably before you came on here, but Juneteenth represents the end of slavery. There is a discrepancy in when it actually ended and when it was when the final amount of slaves were free down in Texas. So I believe it is meant to represent the complete end for those in Texas. But regardless of the semantics of it, it's just an independence of African Americans from slavery. And I notice I didn't say freedom, because it's not like African Americans went from being slaves to being free. Freedom didn't come for probably another 100 years. I suppose we could talk about the Civil Rights Act with Martin Luther King. It's probably the closest thing resembling freedom. But obviously right after slaves were, no longer in slavery, I'm not going to say free, because they couldn't buy a house, they couldn't have a bank account. There's just a host of things they still could not do. Most places they couldn't be a politician, probably couldn't even vote most of the places. They weren't free, but they were not slaves. And that's what it is. That's what it signals, is the end of slavery. I'm going to leave it at that. Looking in the comments, it represents me to represents me to a conjuring need to happen in a field to address today's shit. Huh? It represents to me a conjuring need to happen in a field to address today's shit. I'm trying to figure that one out there, my point. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. It's a great day in American history. Yeah, it's progress among a bunch of other great days. I mean, women's suffrage, all of those are days of progress. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. And that's what I actually posted a Juneteenth, just a happy Juneteenth graphic, and I put on there the same thing you see often in military statements, all gave some gave all. And that's what I put on that's the comment I added to the Juneteenth graphic. Freedom isn't free. All gave some gave all. So it's very similar. We need to talk to the Confederacy, today's union, says my point. Huh? A lot of white people have a problem with Juneteenth. True, and I don't understand why. It does nothing to affect your day-to-day life. Nothing. I mean, at best, you may get a day off. I suppose it's a banking holiday, so maybe if you're trying to do banking business, you got to wait 24 hours. I mean, but for the most part, it doesn't affect enough people to have this type of outrage. However, I will say, I often bring up the whole transgender thing. My take on that is the same. That does not affect enough people to get the outrage it's getting. I don't believe, biological male should be able to play sports with girls. I just don't believe it's that big of an issue to be getting the amount of outrage it's getting. It's just most of the people that are talking about this shit don't know anybody that's dealing with a biological male in a girl's spirit. That's not true. Understand why people have a problem with it, because it's division and you know it. Why is it division? Conservative, why? What is so special about Juneteenth causing division? Why is that holiday causing division when, I mean, look, we honor, World War II related holidays. Does that cause division with German Americans or Japanese Americans in the country? We know the history of World War II was disturbing, just like the history of America with African Americans was disturbing. Why does Juneteenth cause division? Oh, September 11th, we talk about that. Why is this causing division? That's what I would like to know. There's plenty of other holidays that attribute to awful shit, just like July 4th. That's our independence from the British. There was a whole war to make that happen with all kinds of atrocities in it. Does that make us feel divided from the Brits? Why is it when we talk about what the African Americans did to fight for freedom, it's suddenly divisive? I'd love to have you up here, some conservative. Maybe you could explain that. American holidays are for Americans. June 18th is not for all Americans. You think, okay, you say American holidays are for Americans. So you're telling me Christmas is for Jehovah's Witnesses and Muslims? No, American holidays are not, none of them are for all Americans. If you don't believe in God and Jesus, which about 30% of Americans are not Christian, those holidays are not for all Americans. That's not true. So, there are other holidays that are not for all Americans. I don't get that one. I mean, some people, Memorial Day, if you don't have anybody that perished in the U.S. military, Memorial Day has nothing to do with you. You're actually honoring other service personnel that may have died. I don't know. You gotta explain. He says they are for Americans, whether or not they accept these holidays. Then why can't Juneteenth be that way? Why can't Juneteenth be a holiday for African Americans that gained freedom and for the progression that the white folks had to realize what they were doing was wrong? If you want to try to twist that holiday, it can be made the same way. If you're going to suggest the white race in this country, the leadership came to a decision, regardless of how they came to it, that slavery was wrong and they decided to end it. Celebrated for that reason. We actually progressed among some of the evils that we were involved in. How about celebrating from that reason? It can be for all Americans. You're being divided by saying it's not. The way you're viewing it is divisive. You actually, as somebody who's white, can celebrate that holiday too. And it won't be for one group of people if you celebrate it that way. Celebrate white progress on Juneteenth. Celebrate that as a day we came to a successful conclusion that what we were doing was wrong. And you're Christian, God, maybe God told them whatever, you know what I'm saying. But the point is, you came to a head and realized what you were doing wrong. Celebrated with the abolitionists. They were white. So it doesn't have to be a holiday just for black people. Looking in the comments, and thank you, Gordon 777 for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that. It's the day more Americans became free. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be for black people, unless you don't want to honor it. Which Iran deal was better for America? The poll continues. We got nearly 100 participants. Which Iran deal was better for Americans between Trump and Obama? 28% say Trump's deal was better for Americans. 72% say Obama's deal. I'm going to submit to you that there's plenty of Republicans that are saying that Obama's deal was better. And there's plenty of MAGA that are just not going to respond to that question. There are going to be MAGA that do not want to give Obama credit for anything over Trump, but they probably realize the deal because there's so many Trump supporters saying that Trump's deal is awful. From Mike Pence on down, so many Trump supporters, there are Republican senators and all of them are saying that this is a bad deal that lean right, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these folks. So I think there's some MAGA that are probably just going to opt out from answering that question, whether it's on my poll or anywhere else. If whites don't celebrate Juneteenth, that means they don't agree with the freedom of slavery. True. That's why it wasn't a holiday for hundreds of years or decades or whatever the case may be. That's why it just became a holiday in June in 2021. It's because you're right. There's a whole civil war based on it. Half the country did not want them to be free. And I don't have any way to make that make sense because only 1% of whites own slaves down there. So why would the other 99% go to war to maintain a business or an industry that they weren't benefiting at all from? You want to talk about getting rid of illegal immigrants because they take jobs from, you think the slaves weren't taking jobs that some of these white folks, poor whites in the South could have had? They're working these people for free. If you get rid of slavery and they can't do this anymore, you might have to get hired yourself. So these slaves are taking your jobs. But yeah, I don't understand why only 1% of them own slaves. And the poor half of the South decided to go to war and everything to defend that shit. That makes no sense. Juneteenth should have been made a holiday immediately. True. I'll go back to the box. Thanks some of you folks that helped me boy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. Not only do I believe Juneteenth should have been made a holiday, anything honoring the Confederacy should have been outlawed. To me, there's very little difference between the Confederacy and Al-Qaeda or ISIS. In fact, the mayhem caused by the Confederacy is going to be multiples of anything ISIS and Al-Qaeda did combined. I don't see how they were able to honor themselves. It makes no sense. It should have been outlawed. The same way in Germany, anything referencing, the Third Reich is against the law. Why would you allow them to honor folks who were seeking to destroy the nation? That should have been outlawed immediately. And by the way, pride and heritage and all this shit, Civil War was only a few short years. There's all sorts of things to be proud of from the South and your family, other than this little bit of time they fought on behalf of slavery and division. Out of all of the things from the history of the South from 1776 till now, that's the only thing you can use to honor the South? Is this flag when you were at war with the North, fighting over slavery? That makes no sense. Going back to the box, Gangsta Grandma, good evening, welcome to the program. You need to unmirror your camera. That's a good point. I don't know how to do that on this device. Go ahead, Gangsta Grandma, good evening. Gangsta.
I cannot stand you.
I like it when you're quiet.
I'm here.
I like it when you're quiet. Yes, you're.
With your ugly ass.
What does Juneteenth mean to you? What does Juneteenth mean to you, girl?
I'm doped up. Give me some credit.
Yeah.
What does it mean to
me? You do sound
it means,
fucked up.
That we was free.
What do you?
I am. I have a broken back. What the hell?
Okay. Well, maybe you need to get doped up more often. You sound so much more. You sound more. Oh, that's what I hear is a machine behind you.
Yeah, I'm in the hospital. Got into a wreck. You know what they did to me? Damn popo. Let me tell you something. A white boy was running from the popo. You know what he did to me? He slammed me in the fucking. He wrecked in my thing and broke my back and broke my shoulder. Yep, he sure did.
Wait. You said a cop did this to you?
No, the white boy that was running from the popo.
Oh, so somebody was fleeing police and they crashed into you?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Wow.
So if I sound fucked up, hey, I'm on morphine and every damn thing else. You feel what I'm saying?
Wow.
So let me tell you, let's break this shit down. Okay? For one, you allowed a white man to call us blacks when he came on that damn clapper. You need to stop the bullshit, my Negro. You really do. You got to get him. You feel what I'm saying? Oh, that's my little white girl right there. I love Andy. You see, I tell you, I like white people, but she's my friend. You feel what I'm saying? I told you, she's an ally. She's not a maggot.
It's hard to go in on you when I'm hearing a machine in the background. I got a sympathetic ear for you right now. I can't tear into you the way I can't push back as well.
Well, you can push back as you always do. You only what you won't do to the white man though. But for real, you really do need to get, don't let those white people say blacks, my Negro. You always be doing it. It's black people. You feel what I'm saying? He ever say black people?
Well,
He ever say that?
I didn't hear him say it.
He did.
Hey,
I know I was.
I don't want to hear your machine start beeping at a faster rate, so I'm trying to be
Well,
gentle.
that's not so. I'm good. But so let's break this shit down. Juneteenth's about slavery, right?
Yeah.
When the Texas slaves got free, that's when we celebrate. We don't have to celebrate July 4th. You know why we don't have to celebrate July 4th? Because we wasn't free. And the white people, the white teen napkins, the ones that don't like our asses, they have a big old problem with it. They do. It's not the normal white tea people. Like,
Did we lose her?
it's not.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not the normal white tea people like Andy and them. They're not complaining about it. It's the racist people, the maggots.
First of all MAGA's not racist. In the comments,
Oh
though,
my God, I cannot with your ugly, bipolar, looking schizophrenic looking ass. They are. If they are on, if they're still running with him, but there's some people that did leave. I'm not gonna say that, right? But the ones that still staying, like your beloved MAGA Reacts, and your beloved like that
MAGA Reacts has not shown that he's racist. What has MAGA Reacts did?
Oh, really?
I'm asking.
Oh, really?
I'm asking.
I am not going to deal with you, not tonight. You know what he did. I'm not, Tim. No, not tonight. But yes, he has.
I'm kind of concerned. What injuries did you sustain? I hate to get into your personal business. I hate to hear this. What injuries did you sustain?
You know, my little, I got a broken back, my back. I fractured the 11th disc and the 12th disc is broken. They got me on, a broken shoulder.
How fast was he going?
I don't know how fast. It was pretty damn fast. But I was minding my own business. Minding my own black business. Saying my own black business. I mean, this little white boy said, I don't want to be stopped for robbing somebody. Mm-hmm.
You got hit by a white felon. Wow, that's rare. Do they have a lot of those?
Really?
I'm just fucking with you.
I know you are. Yeah.
So you may have a trial to go to soon.
And I'm gonna make money.
Well, you assuming he has money though.
The cops should never been chasing him for real. They chased him.
But that means that if he's obviously going to be charged with the felonies and things like that he committed, like fleeing and all that. But the damage he's done to you or the injury to you and your property.
But you know what though? Let me tell you something for real. See, I'm a Christian, and I believe because I was going to bring. I'm glad I didn't bring my babies. You feel what I'm saying? 'Cause I always have my grandbabies with me. 'Cause I take care of my grandbabies, right? And my car's always full of my babies. So that what happened, and I was like, damn. I'm glad I didn't bring my babies because they would have been hurt really bad.
Wow. And you even got you've even attracted the ire of handsome conservative. He says thoughts and prayers for Gates to grandma in the hospital. So even the conservatives.
You know what? I asked another little thing. You know what I mean? Let me tell you something about handsome conservatives. Wasn't that the one he said that we shouldn't be celebrating it because it's division? Well, his whole white tea people are dividing us. So what are you talking about? Why can't black people, why can't we have a day? Why can't we? Why can't we just have a day? This is celebrate what they did to us, and we got free from it.
Bro, the belief is that...
Why can't we have a day? Why does white people have to control everything? Why? What is so bad about Juneteenth? What's so bad about it?
No.
It's not hurting nobody. It's not hurting white tea people. It's not hurting nobody. It's just a celebration that the Texas slaves were free.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you, for the boisterous language you generally use. I mean, you got a lot of fans. All of my live streams, I mean, everybody is sending well wishes and saying, I mean, there's a lot of folks right now that care about you in the comments. I guess the hearing of that machine is certainly tugging on a heartstring.
I'm so drugged up on every damn thing. They got me on oxys. They got me on not fentanyl yet, but they got me on Dilacosid, whatever that is. They have me on every damn thing, and I'm itching.
Well, I will tell you,
I know.
you do get one individual though. Lee Hall 7852 over on Clapper says unplug her please. So
well, you know what? The napkin people always got something to say bad. Because the napkin people are the ones that started all this shit. They're the ones that made racism. They're the ones that came over to this country and gave us everything. But, you know what I mean? They don't like us. They don't. And I'm not talking about our normal white tea people like Andy and them. You feel what I'm saying? I'm talking about the real life Triple K. You feel me? That's what I'm talking about. And I have people in my inbox all the time. Why you don't like white people? I didn't say I didn't like white people. I don't like the maggots, the ones that you like to go F. You feel what I'm saying?
I like to go what? I like to go what?
F them.
What do you mean F?
Snow roaches.
What are you talking about?
Snow roaches.
What makes you say such a? How do you know such a thing? What are you talking? You're attributing what to me? You don't know that.
What you mean? You said Melania's coochie was fire. It was good and shit.
I said Melania Trump. I said Melania Trump looks attractive in her nude pictorial. What's wrong with that?
And I told you, you were F a fucking wall. That's what I said. That's what I said, Tim. And I'm being real. So you like that nasty, greasy looking, good. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because there's nothing wrong with the Melania Trump nude. She looks fine.
Melania Trump was a mail order bride, and do you realize that she was a prostitute? And do you realize that they go after all beautiful Michelle Obama? Never was a prostitute, never was a mail-in bride, but she was in Harvard and stuff. Go figure, right?
Well, they're calling Michelle Michael. I don't. For some reason, they're calling her a different name.
Why the pirates are calling her that? Because I got one too. She does have a bigger dick than the guys do, because we show our power. That's what it is. I have a big bull asses are because I show my masculinity. I have to be out there showing it. You think I want to show my feminine side to a bunch of white tea men? Hell no.
You never know. You may find you a nice guy named Seven or Todd to treat you right. In the comments, love for Gangsta Grandma. Love for Gangsta Grandma. Evil B Babu says, tell Gangsta hang in there. I'm praying for her deeply, emotionally, and financially. I will be praying for you to make a full recovery. Is the insurance company going to take care of you?
Yeah, my insurance company gonna take care of me. Okay. But I'm gonna go after the popo. You see, I say I don't like the police. You feel me? I mean, I don't like the popo. And then you over here talking about the police today. I don't give a damn what color the popo is. You do us wrong, I don't like you.
What are you suggesting? I hate the police. What are you suggesting? Because they were involved in a high-speed chase?
Yeah, they should never did that though, Tim. You were not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to put. We're in LA, for God's sake. The traffic is so bad. And he's,
was this televised? This wasn't because LA.
I don't know.
Because I was watching an overhead. When did you get hit? When did this happen?
A little before 8:00 in the morning.
Okay, it wasn't that one.
It was like bad. It was pretty bad. But let me tell you something, Tim. You gotta stop getting off the salty asses. You need to stop bootlegging. You really do, Tim. Because let me tell you something. They don't give a damn about us. If they really gave a damn about us, Tim, they wouldn't take everything from us. You feel me? And I'm so sick of these motherfuckers, even our black folks, the one that came out there. Well, I didn't really like Joe Biden. Well, guess what? Joe Biden did a lot more for us than any other president. He did. You may not like the fact that his skin was white, but he sure did, though. He did more than Obama, and I love me some Obama. The only reason why Obama couldn't do a lot is because of the color of his skin. And the damn Republicans said he was going to be a first-term president, and they're not going to let nothing get done. See, this is what motherfuckers got to get educated on.
Well, he did get universal health care, and he killed Bin Laden.
He did.
Yeah, he did a lot.
And I'm not saying he didn't do nothing like that, but he was trying to do more and more. And Mitch and all them say he wasn't going to do shit. But when Biden came in, you know, Biden used his white tea privilege, and he got up in it and worked with the other side and did a lot. Yeah. And people don't give him credit because he's not out there over there saying his little ding-a-lingy and everything else. Say, I did this, I did that. You feel me? I don't even want to hear this man's voice. Not Biden, but, you know, Uncle Rucker.
Well, how about this? Handsome conservative says we need to pitch in and to buy more morphine for Gangsta Grandma. I like this version. So he likes the calmer, more subtle you.
Don't get used to it.
Why not? I like it too. You're very sweet now.
Because you know what, Tim? I really want to choke you the hell out.
What?
Really do, but I'm not. My strength is not there. So yeah, I'm calm right now because I'm so drugged up. You know, it's like little Tweety birds. You feel what I'm saying? But you know.
Well, I gotta say, I've always imagined you getting your back blown out, but it wasn't like this.
Not for y'all little dingy, and not for no white man.
You never know. You need to quit that. In the comments, Evil.
No, Tim, you know what? You always trying. You always trying to get me to go with.
What am I doing?
To go with the burnt mayonnaise.
What am I? Oh my God!
Like, why would I ever? Why would I ever?
You might need some.
Get into Star Manila.
You might need some diversity in your life. Real quick in the comments, Evil says, also tell Gangsta Grandma that when she comes back at 100%, tell her that I have some sexy high heels and some flowers for her. See, you got a fan there.
I bet you he's a white boy.
No, he's not. Evil is African American. He's African American.
Oh, okay, cool beans.
You know, isn't there a song like that when you come back, lay your legs on my shoulders? I mean, he's looking out for you.
Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
Tim, shut up. You know what it is?
What?
Looking ass, Tim.
You broke up.
You know what it is with your burnt mayonnaise, Tim? You always want to be caping. Why? Honestly, God, you need to stop caping. For the love of God, just stop caping. You got to tell them to start showing more receipts. Because you know what, Tim? We have to fight this. Every single day. We have to fight them for misinformation. So that's why the Democrats, we don't get it like that. Because people like your ugly ass do not fight back. You say freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. It's not about freedom of speech, Tim. Hate speech isn't freedom of speech. Only get freedom of speech is when, Tim, is the government.
Actually, gangsta. Freedom of speech is covered, but hate speech is covered by freedom of speech. I don't like it, but it is covered.
Consequences, though. But you got consequences, though. Yeah. Do you think did you really think a white T-boy, the little snow roach, that will come up and call me an N-word without not getting his teeth busted out? You feel what I'm saying?
That's not legal. You can't put your hands on somebody for words, gangster.
Don't tell me what's not legal.
Oh, my God.
Don't tell me, Tim. Let me tell you, Tim, you just need to stop. You need to burn those maggot-looking hats. You know, you need to burn those hats and come back to the blue side and quit caping for the white man. And then I'll give you, I promise you, I'll give you your black card back.
Well,
I'll give you a black card back. If you can get rid of that shit, Tim, and quit caping, say your beloved. Why can't you ever say your beloved black people? Why can't you say your beloved black women? Why can't you ever say that? But it always gotta be your beloved burnt mayonnaise looking twits. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about. I gotta move. I'll move it on because real quick.
Don't ever try to get me to go out with a burnt mayonnaise pink dick looking asses. I cannot. I seen white boy pink winkies, and I see my audience, and I said I'll never go.
What
And
color?
chocolate.
What color are the medical professionals dealing with you right now?
Actually, the chocolate. Oh, let me tell you, Tim.
You in the
Okay,
county?
I gotta
Were you in
tell
the county?
No, Tim. Should we pull quiet? Because I'm in the room. Okay, there is a chocolate. Oh my God! If I was younger, Tim, I snatch his doctor. He is gorgeous, Tim. Oh my God! I looked at him. I said, Lord. I said, he's a student, right? Because I'm at one. I'm in a big hospital. And you know what, Tim? I was like, Tim, I was gonna be a cougar.
Well, I gotta say you're halfway there. I gotta say that you're halfway there because you're already on your back and you don't have much on. I gotta move it on though. Thanks to Grandma. Appreciate it. Get well soon. We're rooting for you. Thank you for coming through. Tap the screen, get the lights on up if you will. In the comments, if you're a good person, what does that say? Live life like it and let your example guide others. Don't force things in people because you disagree. Disgraceful, says Matthew. I don't disagree with that. I've never told a liberal to burn their beliefs. This woman is the devil talking. What do you mean you never told her? You in the comments there, Matthew, you have never told a liberal to burn their beliefs. But the way your side is treating the trans community, what do you think that is? You are telling them to basically wherever they show up, you got a problem with them. I don't want them reading books about trans to kids in school because they're juveniles. I don't want them on adult beverages because I don't know, there may be kids drinking Bud Light. You guys have problems with them everywhere. So you are against people's beliefs. And that's just in regards to trans. You guys have a problem with all other religions claiming that Sharia law's taking over the country. So I don't know about that one, Matthew, but I do appreciate your comment. I just disagree with you. I think the right is certainly trying to get many things the left believes in to get burned or trashed, as you might say. In the comments, I like my women like my bread. What does that mean? Transmission loving America. Well, I don't even know what that means either. Who needs Netflix, Paramount, Amazon Prime? These YouTube shows are entertaining. Well, I hope I'm one of those. I'm a party to that. They're PGF6678. Some of you folks can show your boys some support. Thank you very much for tuning in, by the way. If you are watching us on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper, follow the program. We are here most weekdays. We'll be here tomorrow as well. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. So there we go. We're on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, Clapper, and YouTube all simultaneously. We will soon be on Rumble. There's a lot of MAGA on Rumble. We enjoy talking to MAGA. And I'm still trying to figure out how to do live streams on MAGA. But we do have a platform on MAGA. We have a platform on X. We have a platform on Truth Social. Don't post as much there because you can't go live on Truth. We have went live on X a couple times, but you can't get the same interaction the way their platforms are set up. But if you want to show the program some love, follow us if you got any of those platforms. The same name across all platforms, The Handsome Liberal. Same name on all platforms. X, Truth Social, Rumble, Twitter, Substack, Instagram, YouTube, all of that shit. TikTok, same name on all of them. Looking in the comments, love you, Gangsta Grandma. Yeah, she kind of got a soft side for Gangsta anyway, but certainly when you hear that machine going on behind somebody like that, you know that's the real deal. And broken back is no joke. That's going to take some time to heal from that one. At our age, sometimes you don't ever completely heal from something like that. Debo, thank you for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that. Thank you. Maxine Waters, what about Maxine? Like they bread, I like my wheat though. You like your women like your bread, you like them wheat though. Make America native again, huh? Let me go back to the box. We're talking about what does Juneteenth mean to you in addition to a host of other questions. We'll continue on with Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. This is a no fluffing zone, of course. What does Juneteenth mean to you, Stick? Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Tim. Man, Juneteenth is the day that the final hostages were released.
Hostages?
And knew that they was free.
Hostages?
Yeah, they was hostages. Yeah, all of us was, I should say all of our ancestors were hostages.
And real quick in the comments, Hanson Conservative says, when you go on the platform that YouTube won't let me say, I will give you a sub. On which platform is that? I don't get what you're saying. But thank you for the sub.
And handsome conservative, you know, I don't know about the handsome part, but I will say this, bro. You really sounding really like, I don't know, hateful, racist.
What did he say that sounded hateful or racist?
No, I said Hateful Eight. You ever seen the movie Hateful Eight?
Sounds like
with Samuel L. Jackson, when he told the colonel that he put his pecker all in his son's mouth to keep it warm. Yeah, he sounded like the colonel sitting in the chair, hearing about his son had a black pecker in his mouth.
Oh my God!
That's what he sounded like.
What did he?
Y'all got a holiday? Oh my God! Y'all got a holiday? I can't believe that they gave the people who were suffering a holiday. I really can't believe that. I can't believe that y'all got a holiday about the last hostages that we had, and we was trying to keep them antebellum out there in Texas, and they got freed. I can't believe these people got a holiday. That's what he sound like.
Well, thank you, Alter Ego. But the belief is that the holiday is divisive. The belief is that it divides us up. So that's what they're saying.
No, it divides them up. They gotta see, just like what was it, CRT, the racial theory, right? They tried to say, oh, it's making our kids feel bad. See, they don't want their kids to know that they was off the fucking chain. We had to come up with civil rights in the 1960s because y'all motherfuckers was so off the chain with hanging and doing all this other fuck shit and clipping people and like that's what y'all was doing.
But let's be clear.
This is y'all.
But look, let's be clear. When you think about the millions of folks that have come and gone in this great nation, and I'm talking white people, most white people did not hang anybody. Most of them didn't own slaves. Do you put them in the same category as people that did do that stuff?
I'm gonna say it again, Tim, so everybody can keep it very clear, just like Gangsta Grandma said. I'm not saying all. What I'm saying is the people like goddamn the handsome conservative, I'm just saying his name, I don't believe that to be true, but just like his old ass, there was people out there that was off the fucking chain that needed to be muzzled like fucking dogs because they was doing stupid shit. Just like I said, all MAGA ain't racist, but all racists are fucking MAGA.
And you know I disagree with that. Real quick in the comments, Hanson Conservative says the platform that starts with an R, but YouTube blocks me. I don't block anyone, so I'm really confused, and I'm trying to think what platform you're saying that starts with an R. I'm really confused on this because we don't, unless you do. The only thing we block people for is spamming. We'll let you say any damn thing. Other than, I guess, the N-word, because the platform itself will block you. Otherwise, I would let people speak. I'm about free speech, absolute. But who's blocking you? Because I don't do that. He said platform that starts with an R. Instagram, TikTok, Substack, YouTube, Clapper. I don't know what that one is. But listen. I disagree with you in suggesting that everybody that's racist. Well, you said every MAGA ain't racist, but all racists are MAGA. Thank you, Twisted. I don't. Well, you know, you and I have the disconnect because you don't believe minorities can be racist.
No, but then, see, listen, you finally got it.
Rumble.
You finally understood what I said.
Rumble, hang on a second. You say Rumble blocks me when I said, really? We'll have to talk about that behind the scenes.
It probably does the boop. But look, Tim, just being real, like, just being honest, like, the whole thing of it is just like this. Every MAGA confession, well, every MAGA accusation is a MAGA confession. It's the same thing. All MAGA ain't racist. So there we agree, correct?
Yes.
But all racists are MAGA.
No.
Just being honest. Yeah, all racists are MAGA. If they agree with this Donald Trump bullshit that we got going on, this fucking administration, if they believe with Whiskey Pete walking back across the stage, acting like he fucking, a telecommercial goddamn person that's trying to sell bitcoins and shit, yeah, they part of it.
Yeah.
They part of it.
And I
And
see,
they racist too, just
and I
like
see,
Whiskey Pete.
yeah, I got to put. I don't know if I totally agree with that. And I see your comment on Handsome Conservative. You said so when you say Rumble on YouTube, it won't let you say that in the super chat. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, I get it now. Wow, that's crazy. But no, I believe that. Listen, some of the stuff Trump is doing and proposing, it is viewed favorably by folks who do not like minorities. And you had what was his name? The guy in the beginning, David Duke. When Trump was running the first time, he said that if you don't vote for Trump, it's treason against the white race. And obviously, David Duke has a long history of being so. Clearly, some of the stuff he was saying was resonating with racists. But I don't think all races are MAGA. I don't think they all are. I think some I'll give you. Let me say why I'm saying that. I think Trump's behavior and performance with Netanyahu in the Jewish community in Israel. Some of them folks that don't like you don't like them either. And Trump has been probably closer to Netanyahu in Israel than any president before him. So I think that may separate some of them.
No, it don't. Because what we know about Trump is, guess what? I'm going to put that racism shit to the side as long as I get this money. I don't give a fuck about this racism.
But that doesn't apply to MAGA, though. That doesn't apply to MAGA, though.
It does apply to MAGA because MAGA is cool with him as long as he fucks with us or fucks with people that don't look like them. They don't. Right now, Trump is on the verge of saying, "I ain't Netanyahu, do it again. I ain't gonna have you back."
True. That is true.
They want that. That's what they want. That's what Lindsey Graham and all them other motherfuckers like him. That's what they want.
How about?
Guess what? Netanyahu. Guess what he gonna do? Pull his motherfucking reins back because if everybody else understands that Trump done said this bullshit, he's a taco, but at the same time, their ears are perked up. Oh, they ain't gonna fuck with Israel.
Boeing 757.
I actually believe, I believe in what you're talking about Trump. I actually believe he would carry through with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe he would carry that out.
Okay, I done got all I can get. Now I gotta give, which is the $300 billion with a B. That's $290 billion more than motherfucking Barack ever signed off on, and he ain't even signed off on it because it was their shit.
Well,
again, it's $300 billion more than Barack ever did.
Well, I got a poll going on right now. Which Iran deal was better for America, Trump's or Obama's? We got 150 some odd respondents so far. 26% say Trump's deal was better. 74% say Obama. So some folks disagree with you, but I wanted you to hear this. Hold on before you respond. And Stevie D, I see. Hold on. In the comments, Stevie D says, "I wish all Democrats loved America as much as the people visiting for the World Cup." It's interesting you guys are bringing up how the folks visiting for the World Cup are speaking so favorably of America, because guess where they're coming? In the blue cities, the ones you guys say are all shitholes. They're not out in rural Alabama talking about how great America is. All of them World Cup people are in Democrat cities talking about how great the country is. So if you want to suggest you wish people would love America, you need to love it too, because they're loving cities that you're calling shitholes. I want you to hear this, Stick.
We've had a very effective relationship. Without us, without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
Do you agree with him? He said there would be no Israel if it wasn't for him.
And this is the first time and probably the last time. Hell, fuck yeah. I'm glad he's finally putting his goddamn foot down. It's about time he used that foot other than to trip over and fall and shit and lean forward.
Wait a minute. So if she gets elected, this woman I'm holding, if she gets elected, there's no Israel because Trump ain't around?
No, it's an Israel, but it ain't the Israel that we know that's just gonna go out there and do little strange ass, fuck ass shit. She probably would have been told Israel, if you don't sit your black ass down, I'm gonna do something to you.
Well, you know they were interrupting her campaign speeches, yelling "Genocide Joe gotta go." So the left did not see her the way you're saying. They thought that Biden and Kamala Harris.
It wasn't the left. It was a small faction of people
on the left.
People that was
on the left.
Listen, a small faction of the left that did the "we're not gonna vote" shit. We're gonna do during the primary and all of that. I know about all of that. But guess what? That's why right now don't nobody give a fuck about them. Just being honest. Trump don't give a fuck about you, and the black community see that you ain't trying to help us, so fuck you too.
Well, with Trump not giving a fuck about Netanyahu, to me, I don't understand. You know, it's what do they say? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Everybody that's close to Trump have a falling out with him. So I don't understand why these folks keep thinking, like right now Rubio is close to, like you don't think eventually y'all gonna have a problem. Everybody that's close to Trump eventually ends up on the other side of him. So I don't understand why they keep getting in line to do that.
Tim.
Yes.
Again, I'm gonna tell you like I said, he's like the character in End of Days. He's the rich dude that got pew-pew, and then somehow, some way, the devil jumped in his body. He takes them back there, he whispers in their ear, and then they come out and say, he's a good guy. I talked to him personally, and I've never met anybody so outstanding like Donald Trump. And before every meeting, before I say what I got to say, sir, I would just like to say only you and only you could do this. You and you.
It
sir.
works.
You're the only president to ever come up to do this. You and you. You and fucking you. And that's all they fucking do after they go behind closed doors and come out. He done whispered in their ear. Now all of a sudden they playing ball.
It's great power. It's great power if you can get it.
Listen, his main squeeze, his wife, was talked about by Trump, and he did that little show. You bet not ever keep my wife's name out your mouth type bullshit. This to turn around and kiss his ass. There ain't nobody trying to see none of them do. And then on top of that, get on TV and say we need to leave pedophiles alone.
Right.
Fuck we got going on.
And real quick, hang on a second. Real quick in the comments, Cato says, Mr. Host, how do you feel about Trump trying to silence the black vote in many states? Please answer. Well, first of all, it's not Trump, it's the states doing it at his behest. He's okay with it, but it ain't Trump doing it. He ain't the one that drew up those districts. Real quick, Me Too in the comments says the Trump administration has forced the National Park Service to remove any pictures of Harriet Tubman from their website covering the Underground Railroad. Is that racist? Every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I mean, Harriet Tubman is a known figure. Why do it at this point? I don't get that. If that is true, I haven't heard that, but if that's true, I mean that's like trying to remove George Washington at this point. Everybody knows who the fuck she is by the time they're in second grade. Why remove her?
So hold on. Did he remove the red tails and the Tuskegee Airmen shit?
I believe there was Jackie Robinson too.
Okay. In Philadelphia, did he get rid of some plaques that was out front pertaining to black folks in their history?
Yeah.
So all day, every day, we got him white. We got what did he call him? The governor here in Florida.
DeSantis. Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSanctimonious. Yeah, we got Ron DeSanctimonious. Right? He got the nickname, trying to be like Trump. He down here banning books, fucking getting rid of Africana studies and AP classes. Yeah, this is what we got going on down here in Florida.
Speaking of Ron DeSantis, what is the future for him? Now, he's on his way out. He can't run for governor again. Does he have any aspirations? What is his future?
Hell, I don't know. I don't know. He probably try to run for president again. I have no clue. All I know is Byron Donalds, just like I told you, is the front runner.
Are you guys going to elect a black man as the first governor of Florida? That's progress, is it not?
Hell no. He's only the front runner because Trump said that he likes him. So that means the white Democratic candidate is going to win.
Are you suggesting, Stick, you yourself as an African American that often points out how poorly African Americans are being treated. Are you suggesting that if Florida elects possibly the first African American governor in Byron Donalds, you wouldn't view that as progress?
No, because he's not progress. He thinks we did better under Jim Crow. What the fuck are we? What? What are we talking about, Tim?
Did he say that?
Man, like, come on. Yeah, he said that. He said the black family was better under Jim Crow, and I don't even believe his family was over here. I believe he's of Jamaican descent. So he wouldn't know shit, and his family wouldn't know shit about Jim Crow if they from Jamaica and they wasn't even over here during slavery. Does that make sense?
Better under Jim Crow, damn. I want you to hear this before we end up for time, because we were talking about people that get close to Trump oftentimes end up on the wrong side of Trump. And you may have heard this, but it's only a few seconds long.
If it works out, great, you'll look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's
I like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody.
How do you think that's a, Trump tells these quote unquote jokes all the time. Do you think he's joking?
No, that ain't no joke. That ain't no joke. That's straight from the hip, like they like. That's exactly what he's thinking. That's why he's not a fucking mob boss. He don't know how to shut the fuck up and sit back and collect his thoughts and not say a goddamn thing.
Did you see? I don't know. You can't.
Told his son,
you can't see it on my monitor. You can't.
What you fucking thinking?
You can't see it on my monitor behind me. But this is Marco Rubio here to my right. The other guy laughed at that. Marco Rubio didn't even. Marco Rubio didn't break a smile. He didn't. Marco Rubio didn't see that as funny at all.
You know why?
Because it could be him.
Cuba don't work out. No, because if Cuba don't work out, it is him. It's own fucking him. You told me I could go in Cuba and take it, and I can't fucking take it. These motherfucking Cubans are coming over here. They fucking with shit. They're only 90 miles away from Miami. Yeah, it's Marco Rubio's fault. He told me I could go over there and do what I want. Now I can't. It's Marco Rubio's fault. I can see Trump saying that dumbass shit. Wow. Even though he's telling you, as we're pulling out of Iran, that we're going to Cuba next.
Yeah.
He's letting them know we're coming to you next. He's letting them know we're coming to you next and when we leave Iran.
Yeah, and he's already...
And they over there getting ready, and they getting ready because they feel like he is going to fucking come, just like he went to Venezuela. Now, see, if he was smart, he would have had everything he needed. He could have did Venezuela, and I'm giving him the road to victory, but he ain't gonna do it because I'm telling him he could have did Venezuela, went up, did Cuba, got his mind right, then went to Iran, but he didn't do that. No, he did that real quick, snatch and grab, and then he was like, "Oh shit, that shit worked that easy? Okay, yeah, we just gonna go on over there."
I don't know. Trump might.
Trump get him 300 billion.
Well, Stick, I got to move it on, but I'll tell you, Trump might be playing checkers while you're playing chess. Trump might be. I think a lot of folks, in my opinion, this is where I'm going to separate myself and probably piss off a few MAGA when I say this, but it's all about free speech. I think a lot of us are making a mistake of believing that Trump is navigating on our behalf. Perhaps he's navigating on his behalf. Maybe he got involved in what looks like a horrible deal with Iran because there was something in it for him. Same thing with following Netanyahu into war. Maybe the goal isn't to do what's best for us. Might be to do what's best for him. Last word to you.
So what you're telling me is he's playing chess, but he's telling you he's finna move his pawn in a spot where it's gonna be vulnerable, so you can move your queen. He's telling you what you should do at the same time. So you can move your queen, so I can come with my king and get the game. Is that what you're saying? That's how he plays chess. He tells you his moves and then tell you the move that you're gonna make. Like he tried to take the Sharpie and redirect the hurricane. Like he tried to say, I think we should nuke the hurricane.
Well, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Trump's first term is nothing like his second term. No guardrails this time. He don't have to worry about getting reelected. He don't have to pretend like he's trying to do this and this and this for you because he don't have a third term to worry about. So he's acting totally different in his second term than he was in his first term because he had to prove himself to get reelected. He don't have that to worry about now. I don't think a lot of stuff he is doing is based on an us in regards to all of us. I think it's based on an us in regards to his own circle.
In his own circle is his family. That's why they're so enriched. That's why they went from maybe a little bit of millionaires to billionaires now. You know, they own Bitcoin and anything else or cryptocurrency that they did not own before, and people put into it. They are part of the businesses, all the businesses that Trump has. The sneaker, never got it. The watch, never got it. Like, they getting a piece of all of that shit. Jared Kushner, the first term, he had got $1 billion for Saudi. So again, we see it. And what's crazy about it is MAGA sees it too. But guess what? Because it's Trump, because he's a white man, because he's racist just like them, they don't give a fuck. So I'm saying at this moment right now, you can't come up here on this fucking platform and say you're not racist if you worried about us, the black community, celebrating Juneteenth because what? Motherfucker, we were still, in the sense, our ancestors were still fucking slaves during 4th of July. Y'all motherfuckers was out there popping fireworks, doing backflips and shit because y'all was free. So what, we was independent slaves? You stupid motherfucker. Like, this shit it don't make no fucking sense. We was independent slaves. We went from slaves under England to slaves under the United States. Man, shut the fuck up. All you MAGA bitches, shut the fuck up. And I'm good, Tim.
Stick, appreciate it. Tap the screen, get us on up to 140. Look, I can't disagree with Stick. July 4th, 1776 meant nothing to African Americans. And there's no way to argue against that. There's no one that's going to suggest once we gained our independence from the British and became this great nation officially on July 4th, 1776. There's nobody that's going to suggest that day meant anything for African Americans in this country. It just didn't, and it still does not. I mean, nothing. If you know, because there were slaves, there were people being owned as slaves before July 4th, 1776. Once the country gained its independence, they still had to work in the yard, breastfeed the white man's kids, or make his bed and do cooking and chores around the house. That nothing changed for them. So yeah, July 4th, 1776 is an irrelevant day for the African American community. And I'll point that out because I've seen in the comments Handsome Conservative and Slanging and Banging had made the comment, why can't a holiday be a holiday for all Americans? Because some folks gained nothing on that day. And July 4th, 1776, there's no argument that holiday meant nothing for African Americans. It's kind of the same way with the anthem, with the stars, with the "Oh Say Can You See" with the anthem. The original writing of that anthem, which it predates the end of slavery. That anthem obviously didn't mean nothing to African Americans either. And folks are suggesting that when African Americans do not stand for the anthem, they're unpatriotic. The anthem itself is unpatriotic. In fact, the anthem is so anti-black, they had to chop off whole verses because it talks about slavery in it. In the actual national anthem, it's actually talking about slavery. They've shortened the anthem, but doesn't take much, doesn't take much online research to get the entire anthem. It's longer than what they sing at ball games and shit. That anthem is longer than that. You can easily get it online. Google, Bing, whatever you use, DuckDuckGoose, whatever you use, you can easily get that anthem. It talks about slavery. And of course, it predates the freedom or what do they call it? Emancipation, whatever they call it. It predates all of that. So it clearly was not meant for African Americans either. What has happened is we've had all of these events that denoted or that designated progress for white male America, because it didn't mean a lot for women either in some of this stuff. They weren't free at the time of this stuff either. And we just told everybody else, now that you're free, you use our anthem and honor it as well. It was written by a guy that didn't even know I had the possibility of ever becoming free. He's long dead now. So clearly that dude didn't write this for me. Clearly that they didn't designate this holiday for me. You're just saying that since I gained freedom, well, you can celebrate our holidays too, even though they weren't meant for you. Fair enough, but you should at least understand why folks push back. You may not agree with them. You may think it's divisive. You may not want it happening. But just the logistics of it, you should at least understand why they're doing it. That stuff wasn't designed for them. The people who wrote this stuff, talking about the anthem or designated the holiday, they never knew of a free black person their entire lives. Whether it's George Washington or whoever designated July 4th, 1776 as Independence Day, they never lived to see an African American being free. So they never lived to see African Americans gain any independence at all. They never even saw it. They were dead by the time it happened. Same thing with the guy who wrote the anthem. By the time African Americans were free, they were dead already. That person was long gone. So it wasn't created for them. They just told, well, you know, since we already have this free, you can use ours. Don't create your own. I get that you're free now and it's at a much later date, but we don't want to hear that shit. You've been using 100+ years before you gained freedom. Use that one. Pertain to you at all. Think about that. Even if you don't agree with what they're doing, you should at least understand that shit because it's not relevant to them. Looking in the comments here real quick and tap the screen. Caller is promoting division. I don't know how to talk about Black history without promoting division. I'm just being honest, and I'm not trying to promote division. I enjoy having a wide-ranging audience. What do we say on every show? Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We make it clear we're MAGA friendly. We bring you up. We don't limit your time or censor you, no matter what the hell your politics are. But I'm going to be honest, even an individual like me who is a free speech absolutist, I don't know how to talk about African-American history without it being divisive to a certain segment of white America. It's just people out there who just does not want to hear it. There are folks who just make it clear, I would rather that part of our history never be mentioned again, dead and buried, and just simply bringing it up is pissing me off. There's no way to avoid that because it is their history. And I do have to say what I always say on these programs. The best way to get African Americans to stop talking about their history might be to stop talking about yours. You can't be in favor and support of the Confederacy, waving Confederate flags and having Confederate holidays and supporting Confederate statues, and then saying at the same time we need to stop talking about slavery and get over it. The events happened at the exact same time. You're literally saying, I want to honor my great-great-great-grand-relative, and you need to shut the fuck up about yours. How is that not racist? How is that not racist? You're literally suggesting that I should be able to talk about my ancestors and you should shut the fuck up about yours. How is that not racist? These events happen at the exact same time. Black history is divisive, white history is not. Even if it's at the exact same period. How is that not racist? And I try to avoid finding racism in some crazy shit. Stevie D, appreciate the love. Thank you absolutely very much. Appreciate that. But how can that not be racist? You can talk about yours, wrong for me. You got holidays designated, as we just covered on this program. You got holidays that are designated to Confederate past. But Juneteenth pisses you off? I'll ask you, handsome conservative and slanging and banging, who both mentioned Juneteenth. Both of you mentioned Stevie D. Thank you. Love you. For you folks both mentioning that Juneteenth is divisive, do you think holidays honoring the Confederacy is divisive? I mean, let's be clear. If you're going to say, like I said, they're talking about their history and telling the African American community to stop talking about theirs. Make that make sense. I don't get that. And in the comments, somebody, who is that in the comments saying exactly what we're discussing right now? Sean Lawson says Juneteenth is pretty stupid. That's what I'm saying. Explain to me how Juneteenth is stupid but a Confederate Memorial Day is not. We're talking about stuff happening during the same period. Honoring Black history is stupid. Honoring white history is okay. How is that not racist? Let me go to the box. Like I said, I hate bringing up this kind of shit, but it's so obvious. Help me clear it up. MAGA reacts. Are you you sound like you're in a better spot now. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm in the trenches as usual.
I just had my Bluetooth headset on.
Okay. Am I getting it wrong to suggest that complaining about the divisiveness of Black history while celebrating the Confederate history seems like hypocrisy?
Who's celebrating Confederate history?
They actually have holidays in the South. Did you not hear Andy? They actually have Confederate Memorial Days where people get days off work and shit in the South. General Lee Day. I mean, they actually have holidays to those points.
Listen, we barely fucking celebrate Columbus Day, and you're bringing up Confederate holidays I've never heard of either. Just like Juneteenth, I've never heard of it.
So do you think
it was used to pander, or in this case, the opposite of pandering?
So even though you never heard of it, now that you have, do you believe Confederate holidays are divisive?
Yeah, of course, and we shouldn't have them.
What about waving around the flag and just having this? What about just putting up Confederate statues and naming military bases after Confederates?
It depends. It depends on why it's being done. I mean, like I said, I don't care about the Confederate, with that one place, Fort Bragg. I don't care that's named after a Confederate person. What I care about is it has its own history. It's got like a long history of being Fort Bragg.
Does Juneteenth does the day African Americans were freed from slavery, does that have a history to it?
But it's not the day they were freed. It was the day Galveston was freed. There's a lot of African Americans that were freed on different days.
Let's go with Galveston.
That's why I say it should be.
So what?
But why?
So would you be okay? Would you
better either the day of the Emancipation Proclamation or the day it was the 14th Amendment was ratified?
Would you be? You said it's in Galveston. Would you be? Oh, no, hang on. Would you be okay with Galveston celebrating it today?
Yeah, that's fine. Galveston can celebrate all they want. I have no issue with the holiday. I just think it was used to pander to Black people.
Every holiday panders to somebody.
It was just pandering to make the white folks feel good.
So
to make the Democrats, voting for them.
How is acknowledging such a significant day in Black history pandering? Let me ask you this. What is the opposite of pandering? Because they didn't have it. What is the opposite of pandering?
To just do it quietly and not say just to do things to do them, not because you're trying to keep the voting for you.
How could you grant Juneteenth without folks like yourself? Tell me how they can do it quietly without you saying it's pandering. I don't think there's no way they could do it without you claiming that.
I guess, but I think a better day would have been, like I said, the day the amendment was ratified or the day of the Emancipation Proclamation. This day in Galveston, a lot of people were freed on different days. What about the people in another state that freed a month earlier? They don't get to celebrate on their day?
Kind of like a class action suit, MAGA react. Since there's so many different people that got free on different days because a white man didn't want to let go of being able to make money off people, so they refused to free them all on the same day, then why not just have one day as opposed to each state having a different day? Why not just have one day that's designed to designate they all got free, even though it was on different days? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you should. You should. And
it's called Juneteenth. It's called Juneteenth. That's what it's called.
We never picked a day that the last person gets freed. It's always the day it was ratified or the day it was.
You just said just said several different states freed people on different days. Right?
No, but it's like the independent. It's like the 4th of July. We didn't get freed from England the 4th of July. We don't celebrate the end of the Revolutionary War as our Independence Day. We celebrate the day we declared independence, not the day the war ended and we're actually free.
So what is your entire gripe? It's just on the wrong date?
I mean, what if we celebrate the 4th of July
I don't. So what is your
Yes,
what
that's
is
my
your
entire gripe.
that's
It's
just
the wrong date, and I don't think it's inclusive enough to cover everybody.
you don't,
By inclusive, I meant all like African Americans, not including white people.
but you don't hear any African Americans making the
I'm
argument.
happy with the holiday.
You don't
It's
hear
a
it.
different day.
You're crying out about something that the African American community doesn't give a shit about. They're happy to hear freedom being designated as a holiday. They're not making any cry over what you're talking about, it being on the wrong date. They're happy with this. So can you just give them that moment and get the fuck off the wrong date type stuff?
Yeah, that's fine, but I still think it should have been one of those other dates.
Well, you should have. You had to.
Galveston, Texas holiday.
If you think it should have been one of those other dates, MAGA, you had over 200 fucking years to let somebody know. You were born before 2021. Shout out to Biden, even if he got the wrong goddamn date. At least he did it. So you could have spoke up a little bit sooner, sir.
I guess. I mean, you're the one that's asking me about it. Normally, I wouldn't even bring it up, but you're the one that asked me.
Okay, so let's get into the Iran
I don't
deal.
care about this.
I know you don't care about it, which is why you're making this
Hold on,
crazy
one last
ass
thing
argument.
before we change subject. I got a good transition for you.
Sure.
I thought Trump was going to sign the Iran deal today to fuck with Obama and to fuck with Juneteenth. Wasn't the deal supposed to be signed today because he's racist and he wants to take away attention from Obama's library and from Juneteenth?
Yeah, they did say that. Yeah, they
I mean, I remember Michael spent like a whole hour crying, oh, he's racist, that's why he's signing the deal today.
Yeah, Mike did say that. Oh, I didn't say it. Mike said it.
I know, I'm just showing you how he's such a race baiter, making it all about race when it had nothing to do with race.
Do you think Trump is
one in an audience?
Do you think you can see the race baiting in Mike that you're talking? Do you think Trump is a race baiter?
No, because usually with him it's all Americans or non-Americans. I mean, he's always doing things for Americans, or he's against like illegal immigrants who are not Americans coming in and without going through immigration.
You think him saying that American Muslims are trying to take over the country with Sharia law, that's doing something for those Muslim Americans?
I don't know. I mean, most Muslim countries are happy with them. The Saudis are happy with them. Most of the Middle East, Egypt was on the G7, the Egyptian president was right next to him smiling, and they're good friends. For a guy that hates Muslims, he sure, has a lot of Muslim friends that are cool with him. His gripes is with fucking security and for people who just don't assimilate. When you come to America, you need to, want to be American, not want to, it's supposed to be a melting pot. You're not supposed to be like completely replacing the fucking ingredients. You're supposed to mix them together.
Who the hell is coming to the country and who are replacing the ingredients? What are you talking about?
Whenever you have too much immigration at once, which was happening under Biden, people don't assimilate fast enough. Like, you have to do it at a pace for people to assimilate. And, you want those people to think themselves as American. I mean, this other thing about you saying the 4th of July holiday isn't for you. Are you not American?
I'm American, but what happened on the 4th of July, no, it did not apply to me. Period. What happened on the 4th of July, what you're celebrating.
Is this not your country?
What?
Is this not your country? And isn't that the day your country was founded in a way?
It was not my country on that day. I wasn't even considered a human fucking being on that day.
It's your country now.
Then okay, if it's my country now, hold on. Let's go with what you said is my country now. If it's my country now, how about we do this? Since it wasn't my country on the day that day took place, and somehow between then and now it became my country, how about we designate the day when it actually became my country and not that bullshit back then? Can we do that?
Okay, what day was that?
June fucking 10th. What we're talking about?
No, it's not. It's not Juneteenth. When did African Americans become citizens? I'm sure that came way later.
I don't know what else to tell you. Give us the day.
Like I said, a lot of Americans had a different day. And then you keep saying the right is being decisive. Don't you think you're the one being decisive?
I'll just tell you this: if you want,
American and holidays are not for you. And
it's
the
funny.
more you see yourself as not American, the more decisive it's going to get.
No, I believe I became an American just 100+ years after July 4th, 1776. I want that period accurately to be designated. It's crazy how you're telling me Juneteenth is not on the right day and it's, a year or a few days or whatever off. But you want me to go all the way back and take July 4th, 1776, which is way the fuck more off than what Juneteenth is. If you want to be accurate, you don't go all the way back to 1776. At least.
What I said is celebrate the holiday on the day the thing was signed. The 4th of July, the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th. Just like the Emancipation Proclamation was done January 1st. Just like the 14th Amendment was ratified in December 6th.
You want Juneteenth.
The amendment that made you guys free was fully ratified December 6th. That's when the last state ratified it, and that's like 100%. It became.
What I'm laughing about is you're questioning the.
Don't you think the day it was added to the 14th Amendment was ratified to the Constitution, it would be a better day?
That's what I'm about to address. That's what I'm about to address. What's making me laugh at you is you're trying to nitpick and make sure Juneteenth is as accurate as possible while trying to attempt to sell me July 4th, 1776, which is about as inaccurate as they come. If you were about accuracy, you would take July 4th, 1776 off the table. That's way more inaccurate than what we're discussing on Juneteenth.
Why? Why is it inaccurate?
What changed for African Americans on July 4th, 1776? What changed?
It's not for Africa. It's a holiday for Americans.
Okay, were they even considered Americans back then?
I don't know what they were considered back then.
They were considered a fucking animal. They weren't even considered.
That's the day your country was founded.
To me,
you're more American than me, so it's kind of sad that you don't see, this holiday as an important holiday.
That I don't see the day that I was a slave or my ancestors were a slave. And that nothing changed for them. I said my ancestors. You're telling me it's sad that I don't realize that the July 3rd, 1776, my ancestors were slaves on both sides of my family. July 4th, they still were slaves. July 5th, they were. And the next year on the same day, they still were. And you're telling me somehow out of all of that, I should see a holiday to celebrate in that.
Yeah, because the country not give you anything. Has this country just done nothing but fuck you over?
No,
has it been a good day?
No, the country's been good to me. But what I'm trying to get you to do is understand the day you're telling me the country didn't do shit to me, but between then and now, there was a time when they started looking out for me. I want that time to be acknowledged, not this shit you're coming up with now.
I'm still a little confused because
you're not confused. You're just white. Listen, let me look. You're not confused. You're just white. Let me tell you something. Let me help you out. You're just light skinned.
What's that have to do with anything?
Your confusion.
Even though
you're confused.
I'm American, and that's why I still celebrate the 4th of July, even though I was born in Egypt. And
let me explain it to you. Let me draw you a simple chart. I'll put this down here. And you should easily understand this. Here's a chart.
Was founded.
Here's a chart.
Go ahead.
On this side, you see 1776. This side, you got 2026. This is today. We were not Americans worthy of any of those benefits you're talking about on this day, but we are here. Somewhere in this period, we became Americans considered as humans and started being treated as equals. I want that period to represent what they got over here. Is it wrong to ask for that?
I mean, that's fine too, but you should also celebrate 1776.
What are we celebrating here?
In 2002.
What are we?
In 2002, when I became American, I became an American in 2002.
What do we celebrate? Wait. What are we celebrating here? What happened here? What are we celebrating?
It's the day this country was founded in a way. It's the day we declared independence from England and became America, a country of its own. It's the day the country became a country. And I became American in 2002, but you don't see me saying, oh, I don't celebrate 4th of July because I only became American in 2002. So all these holidays before my time are not for me.
If I rode into town and said the same shit you just said on this day, the white people would laugh at my black ass. Everything you just said, if I said it on the day you're telling me to celebrate, they would laugh at me. That's how bad that is.
Celebrate what?
All of the stuff you just said. All of the stuff you just said.
The day the country was founded.
All the stuff you just said. All the stuff you just said.
4th of July is like the day Americans became free. It's the day the country was founded. And you're celebrating the founding of the country.
All the stuff you just said, they would look at me and say, it ain't your country, boy. If I just say, yay, we just freed ourselves from the British, we're a country now, they would tell me it ain't your country, boy. If I said exactly what you said on that day you're telling me to celebrate, they would laugh at me.
Yeah, but if you say it is your country. I mean,
go ahead.
If back in 2000, the same shit. Back in 2000, it wasn't my country. But in 2002, it became my country, and that became my holiday.
Okay. You didn't have
we're
to.
Celebrating the day the country became America. Before that, it was just a territory, what was it? A colony of England.
Okay. So you do, but you do.
Anyway, we're just going in circles.
No, we're not going in circles. You doing avoidance, but you do agree though, between 1776 and 2026, when we became free, there should be a day to designate that well.
Yeah, I just think it should be either January 1st or December 6th.
Okay.
The day of the paperwork was signed.
Okay.
Just like the 4th of July is the day the Declaration of Independence was signed.
Long as you agree there should be a day, I don't.
Same rules. It's not like you're making up new rules.
Yeah. Long as you agree a day should be. That to me, like I said, the entire black community disagrees with the second point you're making. As long as you agree that a day that we actually were free should be designated.
Because we're a cult that follows whatever the Democrats say.
The Republicans don't think the day should be that. Follow the Democrats. The Republicans don't think the day should exist at all. You want us to stick with 1776.
We don't think the day shouldn't exist. We just think you guys picked a weird day.
You picked a very. So we picked a weird day, and you're telling me so Trump has offered a correction?
What's up?
So you're saying the Democrats picked a weird day. Are you saying that Trump has offered a correction? He's offered the right day to pick?
I mean, this is not really his business. This is something you guys should decide.
What? No, you said the Democrats are getting it wrong. Biden helped us out. You're saying Biden helped us out, but he got the wrong date. What has Trump said about the holiday?
He just doesn't like the date. I don't know.
He didn't say nothing about the date. He don't want the holiday to exist.
So if Trump comes out and says, hey, we're going to move this holiday to December 6th, you'll be cool with it?
I would kiss his shoes because I don't know. He would never say that. I would kiss his Converse because he would never say that. He would never. The guy don't even want the people who.
Let's just move it.
The guy don't even want the slaves that were involved in this shit. Like people were talking about Harriet Tubman and some of the exhibits. He's removing Black history. He ain't gonna try to designate it.
Why not? Why would he?
He
I don't think he himself is removing anything. I think maybe people in his administration are doing shit and is being misinterpreted.
Right. You do understand what happens. You do understand when you're the coach of the team. You don't, whatever happens at your team, you as a coach get the credit or the criticism. If your administration is fucking up, that's you fucking up. You don't get to blame the guy down the line. Just like if his administration does something great, he takes credit for it. So if your administration is taking away Black history, you're going to get blamed for that. Because if you've done something like, for instance, allocating money to HBCUs, you're going to take credit for that. So if you take away money from HBCUs and say, well, no, it was my education secretary did it. No, it's you did it.
That's true, but
that's it. There's no but.
Like, did he do it on purpose?
Who cares?
Just like the whole signing thing, just like the Iran deal signing, picking the day. You guys thought he picked Juneteenth because he's racist. So is he doing it because he's racist, or was he doing something else and it just happens to look that way in your eyes.
Why don't he tell
I think
us?
a lot of this just
Why don't he
needs to
tell
be
us? Why don't he tell us why he did it? Why don't he tell us, and that way we don't have to speculate?
Because you can't.
Because what?
Because a lot of this is like, it's because of this, because a lot of it is like small things that most people don't even notice, especially people on the right don't notice it. But you guys like preach like it was, you know, like he's taking away civil rights.
I don't understand why he
like,
would take
you make
away.
it sound like because he raised some website, because he raised some page on a website, or he did something that looks racist, that he just took away your civil rights. And when most people on the right don't even know it happened or what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. It would be nice if we could be arguing about how much he's been doing for the black community instead of saying, well, we didn't know he did that and nobody's paying attention to that. It's all negative stuff. Where's all the positives that nobody are noticing?
Well, if you see yourself as American and he's doing positive things for American, you should be included in that, and you should be happy about all the positive American things he's doing for Americans.
Yeah, right.
I mean, with him, it's never about this race or that race. It's always America versus not America.
Right. Shithole cities.
America versus Iran, America versus, you know, American voters versus illegal immigrants.
To me, you sound like somebody, you sound like somebody who just got here, because Trump says all kinds of things that are race related. I mean, he talks about groups all the time. When he said they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield, you think he was talking about Asian people? I mean, it's pretty clear who he's talking about. You just don't want to see it that way.
Well, in that specific instance, there was a lot of Haitians that moved into Springfield in large numbers. And there was causing some issues, and there was that video of that
issues. Were they eating cats and dogs in Springfield?
Well, there was that one black
one person. One person.
That video, I thought the same thing.
There are.
I ended up not being a Haitian, but still, when I saw that video for the first time, I thought, you know. I
got a article of a Houston attorney that got arrested for fucking a dog. Do you want to go and say whites in Houston are fucking dogs and cats? Because of one person, as you say?
I mean, you're going to say Americans are fucking dogs and cats?
No, he didn't. No, the point I'm making, you realize how dumb that is.
I get your point, but with him, it mostly is, I'm doing this for Americans. A good economy helps all Americans, including black ones. You know,
so
Iran
you think
having a nuclear weapon helps all Americans, including black ones.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I mean, is that not true? Isn't all the stuff he's focusing
I don't think.
Everyone?
No, it's not true, because I don't think most Americans were in fear of Iran. Listen, I'm Gen X. I grew up in an era when people were hiding under desks and shit because they were in fear of Russia using nuclear bombs. I haven't met anybody that was fearful of Iran launching a bomb all the way over here. They don't have the delivery vehicle, MAGA. They don't have the warhead. But even if they do enrich the uranium and get the warhead, they don't have the delivery vehicle to carry it. They don't even have that yet. They don't have this stuff. Nobody's walking around fearful of getting bombed by Iran.
But look, they blocked the waterway, and it fucking was hurting us. So imagine if they actually nuked their neighbor in Saudi or Israel or whatever. That would really hurt us.
The waterway wasn't being blocked. The waterway was not being blocked until we started going in their neighborhood fucking with them. Notice under Obama and Biden, that waterway was completely free and open. All of a sudden, Trump comes along and where they closed the waterway. They weren't doing it for the other guys you claim that are incompetent. They left it open for them.
But they always had that power. They always had that.
But they weren't using it, MAGA.
They were funding terrorism. They were funding terrorists that were blowing and killing Americans, and they were enriching uranium, which this deal is taking enrichment off the table because what's his name? JD Vance said
What happened to the protesters? What happened to him talking about he was going to save the protesters and liberate them? What happened to that?
I mean, we gave them every opportunity to fucking rebel. There's not enough of them to rebel and take over the country. So most of the country wants to stay under Sharia law. That's
why the hell did you think they were going to do anything different?
What do you mean?
You're threatening. You're saying we're giving you the opportunity. You're saying we're giving you the opportunity to fight and rebel, while at the same time you're bombing schools and talking about a whole civilization is going to die. How the hell are they supposed to read or interpret that?
Look, he says, we're here to help you. This is a time to rebel. We'll give you whatever you... I mean, he was ready. If
What about the whole civilization? What about the whole civilization is going to die tonight? How was it supposed to interpret that?
That's back to the whole carrot and stick thing. He was, he was trying to fucking get them to take this deal.
So bombing the school, so bombing the schoolgirl.
That was an accident, Tim.
Was that?
That was an accident.
No, he blamed it on Iran. Was that the carrot or the stick?
That's neither. That was an accident.
Okay. You're making me think this whole conversation is an accident. I gotta move it on.
But one last thing.
Real quick.
The reason it's better is, I mean, we have to wait and see. But again, if there's zero enrichment and none of this money gets to any terrorists, that's what makes it better than the Obama deal. I mean, those are the two markers. If he does that, he wins. If they get to enrich and this money we find out is still funding terrorism, then it's a loser.
I think you would be insane to think you're going to double their GDP and none of that money is going to go to funding terrorism. I think it's insane that you even think that's a possibility at this point. That's crazy. That's crazy. I think it's insane that you even thinking that.
We'll see.
All right, I gotta go. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, if we're going to suggest that Iran is a state-sponsored terror and is dangerous and you can't trust them and all, why do you think we're going to get it? Because remember, like I said, I heard today that Iran's GDP is around $300 billion. So Trump is going to more than double their GDP. And you heard my last guess. Well, we got to see if they use that money for terrorism. You got to see. After all the damage we just did, we killed the leader of that country's mom and dad and relatives and shit. You actually got to wait and see what he may do for that? Do you think he's going to just come and play ball with the United States after you wiped out his whole family and apparently injured him as well? I think it's pretty obvious what he's going to do with the money. It's crazy that he's talking about, well, we got to see. What would you do if that happened to you? What would you do if you were the leader of Iran? You just became the leader of this country a few months ago after they wiped out most of your family. And now you're going to come into piles of cash. You're going to tell me you wouldn't want any get back at all? Of course they're going to use the money to do some shit to get back at us. Sorry to the guest, but the pot was too salty, melting down his required state too, says Madden Hack. Thank you for the support. Real quick in the comments, I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. On July 4, 1776, roughly 500,000 black people were enslaved in the colonies, including many signers owned human property. Yeah, July 4, 1776 meant nothing for African Americans. It's exactly what I just stated. You got your freedom now. Use the holiday we've been using to designate our freedom, and don't talk about this day. That's kind of what it's been. Madden Hack says Frederick Douglass put it sharply in 1852. The 4th is your holiday, not mine. Somebody brought that up at the beginning of the program. I didn't know he said that, but I agree with it 100%. A day of rejoicing for the nation that built its wealth on the people it held in bondage. I'll tell you something in regards to the divisiveness of discussing slavery in history, particularly for African Americans. I say it all the time. There's two ways you really want to get past this shit and stop talking about it as much. There's two ways that would really aid and assist in doing it. I mentioned this earlier. Number one being stop waving Confederate flags and celebrating the people that kept them in slavery. That's the first thing. I mean, you want to get past it, stop celebrating the people that were perpetrating it. But in addition to that, put all the cards on the fucking table. Everybody knows the whole story is not coming out. If we had to just, kind of did what they did in Nazi Germany after the Germans lost. And it was done by force, because if the Germans had won or were allowed to do what they wanted, they probably would have done the same thing the Confederates done. But they made the town go to these, concentration camps and see what they were actually doing to people, so that there was no lie about it. We want to show you what you're doing so that they can't try to write a story and tell you that something, you know, these people are just missing or they fled the country as refugees. No, this motherfucker's dead and he's in the ground right in your backyard. We're going to show you all these people. They're not gone somewhere, because that's what likely would have came out of Germany, is that, you know, it was a war going on. Wars are messy. People flee. They're refugees. You know, they're probably living in a different country. We didn't kill all those people. They probably fled. And they're living under assumed names. I assure you they're all okay. That's probably what they would have said. Just like in America, there are mass graves all over this country featuring African Americans that they don't tell you about. They're still discovering these things. They're still discovering them under shopping malls and highways and things like that. That's what the Germans would have done. But fortunately, the Allies forced the Germans to put all their cards on the table. So they don't celebrate the Third Reich in Germany. They don't honor the participants and all of those folks. There's no statues to Eichmann and all of that shit. In America, they do that because we didn't put all the cards on the table. So what you end up having, as opposed to an effort to get this shit past us and stop talking about it, is a trickling out of information that people have been trying to keep quiet over centuries. It just keeps trickling out. You find out more here, a little bit more there, a little bit, because they don't put the cards on the table. As they say, what's done in the dark will come to the light. Just tell the fucking truth. Because if you don't tell the truth, if you're hiding it, to some degree, it's just like with the Epstein files. If you're hiding the truth, how can you say you're any better than the people that are involved in it? And that's what is going on here. Well, I didn't have nothing to do with slavery. But you're okay with hiding what happened. Just tell the truth. The cover up, and somebody in the comments says that the cover up, but black people have been reporting it. And that's, the cover up is making it worse, dragging it on and on and on. Now you got folks don't even want to designate the day that freedom came. Just put the shit on the fucking table so we can all move on. Shows we're the greatest country since slanging and banging. How do you mean that? Explain that. And in regards to your other comment, slanging and banging, he says, if you hate us, leave. But guess what? They don't leave. Well, in regards to that, that's a very common sentiment. You only hear that from the right. I'll tell you right after that, you only hear folks on the, anytime you hear somebody say, leave your homeland, if you don't like it, you don't agree with this, just leave. It is always someone on the right. The point I want to make is this. Trump came to office, our military is dilapidated, we're the laughing stock of the world, our presidents suck, Biden's falling asleep, you know, American cities all over the place are shitholes, crime is ridden, immigrants are everywhere tearing up shit, people are eating cats and dogs. Not once did anybody ever on the right tell him, well, if you don't like the country, just fucking leave. He had all sorts of negative shit to say about America. Not once. They sat there and cheered on all that shit. Now they're talking about the generals are overweight, well, this one's gay. I mean, not but negative shit about the country. Not one time did anybody on the right say, well, if you don't like it, sir, we'll help you pack. Just leave. This is what we're talking about when we say some of this shit is biased. Because if you're going to suggest that people criticizing the country need to leave, and you don't suggest that to him, then your whole judgment meter is quote unquote fucked up. He's still criticizing the country to this day. He's still doing it. How about you invite him to leave slanging and banging? Why don't you tell the guy to leave? He seems to hate America. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you okay with criticism when it's something you agree with and you don't like it when you disagree with it? You can criticize the people I don't like or the things I don't like. That's okay. That's patriotic. But when you criticize things I do like, now you need to leave. That sounded to me like censorship, lack of free speech. I'm okay with free speech until you say some shit I don't want to hear. Then I think you should leave your homeland. Yet you want to walk around and suggest you carry the Constitution? Talk about the Founding Fathers all the time. Do you think the Founding Fathers would agree with that shit? Tap the screen. I like how he has MAGA reactions on here making a fool of himself. I got great joy from that. Yikes, says vocabulary. I love the name. Tap the screen. Richard Crosby, now you have been dishonest. Do you not have respect for truth, or are you a donkey cultist? Yikes. How do you think Elon must became a trillionaire overnight? Well, obviously, Trump has greatly improved the wealth of Elon. And it's not that Elon wasn't on the path to become, he was already, was he the wealthiest? When Trump got reelected, he was already the wealthiest, or he was second. Him and Bezos were trading places. But there's no doubt about it that Trump has helped Elon's wealth grow astronomically, because Starlink and all that shit, they're getting government contracts. We've kind of started replacing NASA with Elon Musk. So he's getting all of that shit. Trump is giving them all, not to mention all the access to the data with Doge and all that. So Elon was already super duper wealthy, but Trump has made him significantly wealthier. And I'm going to suggest that he's also made Trump significantly wealthier. We don't know that for certain right now, but it will come out. We'll eventually find out. It might be posthumously for Trump, but you will find out. Nancy Pelosi, why is her name in the comments? Oh, we know where this is going. Says Shane, says Nancy Pelosi refused to cut the National Guard on January 6th. January 6th was mostly Nancy Pelosi's fault. Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump got reelected and he's sending the National Guard every fucking where. But for some reason on January 6th, it was Nancy Pelosi's fault. He has proven as a president on his second term that he can deploy the National Guard without requesting anybody's permission. He's been sending the National Guard to places with the governor saying, don't send them here. They didn't want him in LA. They didn't want the National Guard in Minnesota. Tim Walz was against that stuff. He sent them there anyway. But on January 6th, he was helpless, huh? I would also submit this to you. If you believe you're throwing an event and you need security, and let's say it is Nancy Pelosi's job to deploy the National Guard, and she won't do it. Okay, then send extra feds, send extra ATF, send extra, Capitol Police. There's all sorts of additional forces you have on hand so that you can go around the National Guard. There is zero excuse for Trump not securing his own event. You can make up what you want, but if you know you're throwing an event that you are concerned about security, and when you show up to have that event, security is not there, then you don't have the event. Let's say you're going to throw a block club party. You're going to have rockers out there, a scream metal or hip hop, something that you think might get unruly. I'm going to have a block club party. I'm going to invite a few thousand guests. We got a permit to rent the center of the block. We're going to have a real big party. Scream metal or hip hop, whatever. So we know some of our guests may get rowdy. We need to have security there. It's your block club party. You are the producer. You are the organizer. You know you might need security just in case some of the guests get rowdy. The day of the block club party, if the security company tells you, we got bankruptcy or something, we cannot send people, you don't throw the party still. Because if that party goes south, you're getting sued. You don't get, well, it wasn't my fault. The security company went bankrupt and they didn't send us nobody. You do that before the party began. So you don't get to blame the security personnel for an event you knew ahead of time might get rowdy. You requested security from Nancy Pelosi. She didn't provide it. He threw the event anyway. And the event got out of hand. Any promoter doing that in any other facet of life would get sued. It ain't his fault. To me, that's about the dumbest thing I ever heard. Tim, don't forget Elon Musk is the man. Reason USAID funding was defunded. He's on Trump and Elon. Trump is a fan of Elon's because he gave him a lot of money. I'm not disagreeing with that. A 10-year-old Don said he dated. We played that. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 150,000 likes. Trump is making it rain for Iran. $300 billion. And I still got MAGA trying to suggest that somehow, some way this deal is better than Obama's. If I thought there were better parts of Obama's deal, Trump's deal, you can say what you want about me being liberal. I would give Trump credit. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Like I stated, most of his originally stated objectives for going into Iran, protesters, replacing the regime with somebody that we had a say-so in, none of those objectives are even on the table anymore. We don't went all the way back to where they can't develop a bomb. That was same thing under Obama. And under Obama, nobody died. Bases didn't get destroyed. We didn't lose aircraft and all that shit. We paid a fortune to get whatever Trump is giving us now. I don't see any way it could be better than what Obama did. If I'm wrong in the future, we'll talk about that. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you guys tomorrow. Follow the program if you're watching us on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper. And if you're watching us on YouTube, give your guy a sub. You guys have a wonderful Friday night and celebrate the rest of Juneteenth. Whether you're celebrating the freedom for African Americans or the progression of white America realizing it was wrong to keep people in bondage, you don't have to be black to celebrate this goddamn day. You can celebrate the fact that whites who were participating in acts of evil were overran, and the rest of this country realized that, and they decided to free these people. You can celebrate it no matter what side of the race spectrum you're on. It's your boy Tim. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.